Hey, hello, how do you do? Shady Doorags here, and welcome to the 2024 Video Showdown. How y'all doing? Y'all hear me? Everybody hear me? Just wait for some feedback. Make sure that all the audio is coming through. And make sure I'm not too loud as well. Hello, guys. Hello, hello, hello. Is this the most new shows you have ever added in a single year? I don't keep track of that. Somebody compared the new shows I did this year to the new shows I did last year, and they were like, I did 2 more this year than last year. But I don't keep track of how many I do like every year. Perfect audio. Hello, I hear you. Okay. All right. So everybody can hear me. Good. So 2024 is coming to an end. Depending on where you are in the world, it probably depending on where you are in the world, it has already come to an end. So this is something that we do here on the channel every single year. We go back and we look at all the videos and we decide which video is the best of the best. And we also talk about what's to come in the near future, as well as answer some general questions like we do in all of my live streams. As always, I will be reading chat. I will be answering questions. If you would like your question to get priority because I don't hit all the questions, feel free to leave a super chat. I do prioritize super chats. Members are a thing now. We do have icons that you can post in chat. Also, if for the super chats, if you just feel like supporting the channel, you can also do super chats. But let's go ahead and pull up the thing. This thing. Yeah, there we go. Are those some brand new shades I see? They're not brand new shades, but they're not the shades I normally wear, because if you were here for last stream, I broke the shades that I normally wear. These are shades that I wear outside of the Shady Doorags thing. These are just my own shades that I wear. The shades that I have for Shady Doorags were specifically these shades right here. These were specifically for Shady Doorags. So they're broken. Not much I could do. I was trying to wear them before, and I was like, nah, I think it's time we just let go. These have been the Shady Doorags shades for years. They were not the original Shady Doorags shades. The original Shady Doorags shades, well, I had a bunch of shades when I first started doing YouTube stuff, but I always considered my bongo shades to be like the Canon Shady Doorag shades. But once I started wearing these, like these were the Canon Shady Doorag shades. But I still consider like the one that my avatar wears, I consider him to be wearing bongo shades, even though the shades that he's wearing, like the perfectly circular shades that bongo players wear. Because I was told that I looked really nice in those when I was a teenager. But we're going to go ahead and get started with this little showdown here. Let me go ahead and get the first category going, and then we can get some votes going in. Close that. Bring this up. And the first category. Any guesses on what the first category is going to be? Actually, I may have screwed up the first category. I may have absolutely screwed up the first category, but any guesses on what the first category is going to be? Happy birthday. It is not my birthday. Got some lettuce. I had a salad before the stream. Any guesses? If y'all are guessing, it is slow on my end. All right, I got impatient. So the first category is going to be Best Justice League Video, the Best Justice League Video. And I have to remember how to do polls because I always mess up with polls. I always try to do polls and then I mess them up. How do I do polls? I haven't done this in so long. Oh, maybe I have to go to the actual thing instead of just going to chat. I thought I could just do it from regular chat. I might have to go to the actual stream. So let me close this and do it from here. I don't remember how to do polls. There it is. There it is. Start a poll. Okay. Yeah, I messed up because I forgot you can only have 4 options in polls. And there I did 5 Justice League videos. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna choose an automatic winner for this first round, just because I have to. And I'm gonna choose this one. This one's an automatic winner. But for the rest of them, there'll be categories. And whoa, where's my timer? Oh, here it is. And I'm gonna give you guys I think so 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Should we do 5 minutes or 10 minutes to vote? I feel like 10 minutes is fair, but also I feel like 10 minutes could run a little long if we do that for each cat. 10 minutes should be fine. Okay, so what was the best Shady Doorags Justice League video this year? And the way this works is each round of video gets eliminated until we find the best video of that category, and then whichever video wins the best one of that category moves on to the final round. So we're gonna do Superman. I have to make these titles short. Superman, Batman, Amazo, or Booster Gold. Okay. And it is up. And I will start the timer. Oh, yeah, you completed work in my area? Okay, thanks. Before this stream started, my internet went out, and it was out for hours. And I was panicking because I was like, oh, man, am I actually going to have to postpone the stream? Okay, so we're going to do 10 minutes. Yeah, we'll do 10 minutes. And let me bring this back over here so I can see you guys. Ah! Super chat still scare me. Will you review The Weekenders? Hold on. Killian Morales, thank you so much for the $2. Yo, Shade, when will you review The Weekenders? So The Weekenders is not on my immediate list, but it is something I could look into. So for 2025, this is something I wanted to discuss while the poll is happening. I forget how to close the poll. Oh, I could just end poll. Okay. For 2025, so 2024 was the year of superheroes Justice League. Like, I was on a superhero kick for the past couple of years. And that's still going to be a big part of the channel. A lot of people have come to the channel to look at superhero content. But I feel like I got most of that out of my system because 2023, I really wanted to be the year of Justice League. And I felt like I just didn't get as much out of it as I could. So with 2024, I did do a lot of Justice League, not as much as I wanted to. I actually had planned on doing more Justice League videos, but I feel like I've gotten that urge out of me. So there's a lot of different things I want to do for 2025. And not just in different topics, but like in different styles. Because I feel I've grown way too complacent with my current style. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of you saying, well, Shady, that's why I subscribe to your channel, because I really like your style of reviewing things. The style is not going away, but I feel like because I'm so comfortable, it blocks me out of other things I could potentially be doing. So I really want to try to do something different. In fact, my next video that I have planned is going to be something that's really different than what I normally do, but familiar to things I've done before, because I didn't always have this format that I have now where I do an episode scene by scene and then describe how I feel about the scene. I used to do a lot more broad stuff where I talk about broad topics or seasons as a whole or movies and things like that. And I feel like I have a lot more to offer. Specifically, there's one specific video that I released this year that showed me that I definitely have a lot more to offer YouTube than just what I'm doing. Not that what I'm doing is bad, but I could be doing a lot of different things than just that. What about the Patriot Act video, where I have decided that the Patriot Act is immediately qualified for the next round because I can only do 4 choices in the poll. This is the only category that has 4 videos. That's why the grid only has 4th place, because all the rest of them don't go beyond 4th place. And this is the grid I used last year, and I was like, I don't want to reconfigure the grid just for this one category. There are 8 categories, and this is the only one that's going to have a 5th place in it. So, well, really a tied for 4th place. All right, we still got 6 more minutes. I might have to move chat over here because it's not formatting properly over here. So I might have to move it back over here just so I can see it properly. All right, let's try moving it back, but clicking on the thing. So that poll takes up the entire chat. Okay, so far, the main thing you want to look at is the loser rather than the winner. But so far, Batman is winning and Green Lantern is losing. Poor Green Lantern can't catch a break. Hey, Shady, will you do Fall of the Blue Beetle and King of the Hill episodes where a McMansion is built on Rainy Street? I have no plans to end King of the Hill videos. Batman Brave and the Bold is... It's on, like, I've got my eye on it because it hasn't had a good video yet. It hasn't had a video with a decent amount of views yet. A lot of people requested it, but I've done 2 videos on it so far, and both of them haven't really done well. So there is one, there are 2 episodes that were heavily requested that I really want to review before I say that I'm done with Batman Brave and the Bold. But like I'm kind of eyeing it because it's not doing as well as I thought it would. Axel Cordova, thank you so much for the $5. You thinking about reviewing My Life as a Teenage Robot in the near future? Not in the near future. It is something I could look into though. I'm doing right now. I'm getting involved into Danny Phantom because that is a video. Danny Phantom. There's things about Danny Phantom I've been meaning to talk about for a long time. The Christmas video was just me forcing myself to do a Danny Phantom video because the other ones I put on the back burner for too long. And I'm like, it's Christmas. Christmas is the time where I could get away with pretty much reviewing anything as long as it's Christmas related and satisfy my inner self. I might not necessarily get views. In fact, pretty much every Christmas video this year did poorly. Making a video Christmas does not affect my views as far as I've seen. If something is going to be popular, regardless of Christmas, it's going to be popular. If it's not going to be popular, even if I do it during Christmas, it's just not going to get that many views. I.e. your feelings on Sam. Yeah, I've talked about that. I've talked about in other live streams before that I want to make a video about how I feel about Sam. That's going to be interesting because I feel like not as many people are going to agree with me like they did with the John Redcorn video. A lot of people were on board with the John Redcorn video. And a lot of people, I said in the Danny Phantom video, like, I dislike Sam more than John Redcorn. That is very much true. And a lot of people were like, how? She hasn't done anything as bad as John Redcorn. And I feel like people miss what it takes for you to dislike a character. You don't dislike a character because they've done something objectively bad. You dislike characters because they've done something that offends you specifically. And Sam's character has done a lot to offend me specifically than John Redcorn. Have you ever had a show where you ended up not enjoying the art style initially, but it ended up growing on you? Jimmy Neutron. I hated the art style of Jimmy Neutron, but man, the writing and comedy in that show is so good. The art style eventually grows on you, and it just becomes part of the niche that is that show. If you are doing Danny Phantom, I need one of the time travel episodes. I would love to do the Ultimate Enemy. I don't know if I'm going to because I would mostly just be doing it as a fan service thing. Like if I don't have anything quote unquote deep to say about something, I'm hesitant to take a look at it. If I'm just looking at it because I like the episode, you can only say I like the episode so many times and get away with it. I try to steer away from reviews like that, but it happens from time to time. Are you on Twitch too? I am not on Twitch, no. I consider going on to Twitch, but I just hear so many horror stories from Twitch. It just feels like more of a headache than anything to try and get on Twitch. Plus, Sam might have been people's first crush, which is, yeah, that's a possibility for people. Opinion on Arcane Season 2. Arcane Season 2. If you've been following me on Twitter, you know I have a lot to say about Arcane Season 2. So, Arcane Season 1, I thought was a masterpiece. And I was in love with Arcane Season 1. And I said Arcane has the potential to be my new favorite show of all time. Better than Avatar Last Airbender and DuckTales. It just needs an equally good Season 2. We didn't get that. We didn't. We got a vastly inferior thing of Season 2. I could not believe how bad Season 2 was. It's such a downgrade in quality. I hope I'm not spoiling anything for anybody who hasn't seen it yet. I know some people who still haven't had a chance to watch it. But man, I was so disappointed. There's just so much. There's just so much you can go about it. I think the best way to summarize my opinion about Season 2 Arcane is that Season 1 of Arcane was just about being quality, and it attracted a certain audience, and Season 2 decided to cater to that audience at the cost of objective quality. And it's hard for me to be mad at something that caters to its audience, but at the same time, there's such a stark difference from Season 1 to Season 2. It's really disappointing, because I was really hoping I could finally say something was better than Avatar in my mind, but no. You don't have to critique something to talk about it. You could. Oh, that's the timer. Shut up. Okay, that's the end of the poll. We are ending that round. Yeah, 10 minutes seems like kind of I didn't see the results. I didn't see the results. Crap. Did anybody see the results before? Oh, there it is. Okay, it shows up in chat. Oh my goodness, I was scared. Okay, so Booster Gold is being eliminated, and we're going to move on to the next round. So let me go ahead and do that. Booster Gold, you will be here. And we'll move on to the next round for these next four. I don't know why the layer for the Superman video is so weird. All right. Go back here. And I lost chat again. There it is. All right. So let's make a new poll. And now the real audience, the real tournament can actually start. What was the greatest Justice Shady Doorags Justice League video of 2024? Doop-a-doop-a-doop. Superman. Batman. What's that episode called? Patriot Act. Patriot Act or Amazo. And there we go. I'll keep doing 10 minutes. That felt kind of long. Might narrow it down to 5. Did I thought I saw a super chat and I missed it and got distracted. I hope not. The last super chat was "My life as a teenage robot." Okay, and I'm thinking about looking at more retro shows. The retro kid shows, it's kind of iffy. Like superheroes tend to do well, but like Filmore did really well. Like Filmore did. I was shocked at how much you intellectuals wanted to see more Filmore episodes. Danny Phantom isn't really performing that well. When I did Kim Possible, it didn't do that well. It's gotten a bit more numbers as time has gone on, but it didn't do that well before. It's a bit of a toss up for nostalgic millennial and Zoomer shows. Did I start the timer? I did start the timer. The Batman episode is overrated. We shouldn't have had Terry's finale as his introduction. I still don't really know who that guy is or why I should care. What do you mean his finale as his introduction? You mean to my channel? What show do you look forward to reviewing next year? Look forward to? Specifically that I look forward to reviewing, because I say this every year, but like this time I really mean it, like in the core of me. I really want to step outside my comfort zone next year. Not just topics, but in how I go about reviewing stuff. But to the one I look forward to, probably Danny Phantom, because I do plan on reviewing more Danny Phantom, and probably Phineas and Ferb, because I do have a plan to review something Phineas and Ferb related. But it'll probably be like, because I tried to write a traditional Shady Direct script for it, and I just couldn't get it to the flow. So I'm going to try to do something different instead of my traditional Shady Direct script. Teen Titans will always be my favorite show from my childhood, at least one Teen Titan per year. So a lot of superhero shows fell on the back burner because I try to spread out the different topics, and I wanted to do a lot of Justice League. So because I did 5 Justice Leagues this year, a lot of other superhero shows that I'd normally do didn't see as much of the light of day. Like there was no Static Shock video, and that was I was kind of sad when I was reviewing my videos and I saw that I didn't do any Static Shock videos, because Static Shocks, I love talking about Static Shock, and it always does well on the channel. So maybe you can review the first episode. Well, I have something very specific that I want to talk about in Phineas and Ferb, and I was trying to talk about the entire episode, the Shady Direct style, where I review it scene by scene, but the script just wasn't flowing. But I still really want to talk about that thing in that episode, so I'm probably gonna do less of a traditional Shady Direct style and either do like a retro Shady Direct style where I just talk about that topic, or do something new. Kailua Morales, thank you very much for the $5. My username is pronounced like this, Kailua. Moving on, what's the one show you don't like that others do? I don't like that others do. I mean, there's probably more than one, but thinking off the top of my head, I don't like that others do. I'm not the biggest fan of the original Proud Family. I don't know if it's fair to say I dislike it, but I think I have more critiques of the original Proud Family than most people. I was never a fan of Ren and Stimpy, but I also never really got to see it. Breaking Bad. I'm not a fan of Breaking Bad. I don't like Breaking Bad, and a lot of people love Breaking Bad. Breaking Bad honestly frustrates me. The characters are very frustrating. The plot, a lot of times, I feel like too much convenience happens with the plot. I think the characters are believable and realistic, but they're so annoying. The only the characters I like were Gus. His name escapes me, but the old guy who they work with, and Saul. Like those were the 3 people I liked. and they were mostly like, I don't want to say background characters, but they weren't the main focus of the show. You should do the different Teen Titans show, Teen Titans Go. I don't have too much to say about Teen Titans Go. I could probably review the movies. I do have opinions about the movies. Teen Titans Go to the movies and Teen Titans versus Teen Titans Go. I do have opinions about those. Actually, Teen Titans versus Teen Titans Go, I would probably get a lot of views just because I have a lot of negative things to say about that. And people love when you say negative things about Teen Titans Go. Some people like it is an understatement. It's considered one of the best shows of all time. Yeah. And like, I was shocked because Game of Thrones also had that reputation. And I watched that and I absolutely fell in love with Game of Thrones. And just like everybody else, I didn't really like the season 6, they started to fall off, and season 7 and 8 were horrible. So I pretty much had the exact same opinion as the internet with Game of Thrones. But with Breaking Bad, like there was just not a time where I was enjoying it. I watched it with my mom and she loved it. But it was just so frustrating to me because Walter to me was just such a selfish person, and Jesse was just such an idiot. And a lot of times, like I would be like, oh, so they can just live a good life they could just live it up from here on out. And then their vices would get in the way. And I'm just like, or not just that their vices would get in the way, but like in a slightly contrived way. It's not like the worst writing in the universe, but it was very frustrating for me personally to watch. Not sure if you like Lunatics, but could you review an episode they brought them up? Even if you don't like Lunatics, felt like it was in poor taste. Well, I haven't really been keeping up with Teen Titans Go. I like the Lunatics. I loved the Lunatics when they were out, but I didn't watch them that much. I just couldn't catch them when they were on the television. My nephews were into Teen Titans Go. I like the original Teen Titans because it was just a continuation of Justice League, in my opinion. Well, I would call it a branching off. I wouldn't call it a continuation of Justice League. It had a very different tone and style. Like, it's very different than Justice League. What about The Simpsons? I would like to get into The Simpsons. I'm seeing more and more clips of The Simpsons, and it's making me want to watch them. But at the same time, like, the thing is, I'm going, because I have a schedule planned for the new year. It's going to be starting on Monday. And my schedule is going to allow me a lot of time to watch television because, yeah, that water did not go down right. Because I'm going to be doing a lot of low effort exercise. It's going to burn a lot of calories, but because it's low effort, it's going to take a lot of time. And so while I'm doing that, I'll be able to watch a lot of stuff. So I will have a lot of time to watch more things. I should be able to get through a lot of shows that I've talked about getting through at a much quicker pace. Like it's taken me way too long to get through Batman the Animated Series. I'm on the final season, but it should not have taken me that long to get through it. And I still got to make my way through Superman and Batman Beyond, as well as a bunch of other shows I said that I would look into. You mentioned before that Coco is objectively the best Pixar movie. Why is that? I cannot think of too many things that Coco did wrong other than the title. That's like the only thing I think Coco just did absurdly wrong was the title. It shouldn't have been called Coco. It should have been called, like, I don't know, Day of the Dead is generic, but it would have fit better. Coco, I think, is too abstract of a title, but the overall plot and songs and emotions, like, they get, I cannot think of a general critique I have of that movie. Many think Coco ripped off Book of Life. I've never seen Book of Life, but from people who have seen it, I've heard from reviewers who I respect who have seen it, they've said that, yeah, there are similarities, but it's not worth calling one a ripoff of the other. What exercise have you been doing? Just cardio, just basic cardio. Shut up. Okay, so that's that. gonna end that poll. Let me take a gander at it first. All right, so Amazo lost that one. Amazo, you are tied with Booster Goat as the 4th place. So we'll move you down here. And I gotta go ahead and start the next poll. Next Justice League video of 2024. Superman. Batman. Patriot. Okay, there you go. Two films about Dia de los Muertos can exist without one being a ripoff. Yep, agreed. Again, I haven't seen the other one, so. But you know the stories of ripoffs in Disney they go back a while. Have you ever seen Dan Versus? No, I've seen like 2 clips from Dan Versus. I know the voice actress of Della Duck is in that show. Maybe you could team with the artistic Alabelle. She defended Starlight Glimmer. Why would I team with someone who defended Starlight Glimmer? That's not a reason to not team up with them, but like I'm weird. It's weird to me that was your reasoning. Like I wouldn't not team up with someone just because they defended Starlight Glimmer, but like it's weird to me that that's your reasoning. You would think I wouldn't want to team up with somebody like that. Did you see the 2006 The Batman animated series? I saw a couple episodes, but I don't have much memory of it. People have been asking for reviews of that show, and I do plan on getting to it, but I have a bunch of shows in front of it. Have you heard of the Pooniverse? No, but I can guess what that is. Who do you think is a bigger sore loser, Vegeta or Seto Kaiba? I'm trying to think of moments where both were sore losers. The moment that comes to mind with Kaiba is when he threatened to fall off a building, but that was because he was desperate to get Mokuba back, so I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure I would even classify either as sore losers, but it's been a while since I've seen the original characters. I've had a lot more interaction with the abridged version of those characters. Hey, Shady, I found your channel through Kitty Monk's crossover vid. Are y'all going to do another crossover? I don't have any crossovers planned anytime soon. I've learned that me specifically, I am not a good team player. It's just because I get this vision in my head, and I feel like I get really annoyed when it doesn't align with the other person's vision. That's not to say I won't ever do another crossover or anything like that. It's just it's a realization I've come to about myself, that I'm just not a good team player. What are your thoughts on the Fairly Odd Parents? Fantastic show. It's hilarious. Had a horrible ending, fell off. It's not what you probably think it is. It's a shared horror verse with the Pooh horror movies. That's exactly what I think it is. Shady, you got a Kitty Monk crossover. Yes, it's on her channel. Have you ever heard of the YouTuber Josh Scorcher? Yes, I used to work for Josh. I used to be on his editing team. Hey, Shady, I found your channel in like the last year. Love your King of the Hill and Titans videos and have been branching into your back catalog. Love your style, your jokes. And it's been a bit of an inspiration to me for getting back into my own content creation. Happy New Year. Wishing all the best. Thank you. Neither could ever get over losing to the main protagonist. Vegeta let himself get mind controlled by the villain and kill civilians to get back at Goku, and Kaiba traveled back in time to reduel Yami. Oh, I didn't know that about Kaiba. Vegeta still accepted his loss, though. Like, he accepted that he really didn't even lose to Goku. He lost to the Z Warriors. They all had to band together to fight him. What was frustrating Vegeta was that Goku got to Super Saiyan. That's what was frustrating to Vegeta. And he wanted to also get to Super Saiyan because Trunks came along and also got to Super Saiyan. And Vegeta didn't know Trunks was his son. So he was like, how can these nobody Saiyans become Super Saiyan? And me, the prince, isn't a Super Saiyan. So it's not really the loss that drove Vegeta. It was the want to be the best. He wanted to beat Goku once he saw that Goku was a Super Saiyan. Yeah, Vegeta soloed Goku and got jumped for it. Well, the Saiyans, what really happened is Raditz soloed Goku and Piccolo, got jumped by Gohan, and they managed to put down Raditz. That made the Saiyans come and jump the Z Warriors, but they lost that battle. Do you have a thesis for all your videos? Because your best videos are the ones with a focus and a message. A thesis? My brain is struggling to remember the exact definition of thesis. It's a very simple word. A proposition that is maintained by argument. Okay, just wanted to make sure I remember what that meant. Not for all of them, because sometimes my videos are requested and sometimes I just want to talk about something. But those are the types of videos I try to do because I feel like those are the ones that offer YouTube something. You, as a YouTuber, you want people to come back. So just talking about something can be a tricky thing to do because you want people to remember that video and come back to it for some reason. So I try to bring up points, and I also try to make people laugh. Making people laugh is the main thing. I actually get really frustrated when I'm editing my videos and there's so much of me talking and I haven't told a joke in a while. And for some people have said they like those moments. Like with the Korra video, I was so shocked at how well the Korra video did because there's so little jokes in there and there's so little clips. It's just so much of me talking. And it was really frustrating for me to edit. But it did really, really well. A lot of people really took to that Korra video. So when I make a video, I want to leave people something to come back to. Saw you made the Danny Phantom Christmas video. Will you be doing more Danny Phantom? Also, have you considered doing Spider-Man from 94 and X-Men from 97? Yes, I will be doing more Danny Phantom. X-Men is definitely on my radar. I really want to talk about X-Men, but I would need to watch it because I barely have any memories of the original X-Men. Spider-Man 94, I feel like would get me views, but I don't really have much interest in it. Wait, that's the new show, right? You're not talking about Spider-Man the Animated Series. I'm pretty sure you're talking about the new show. The new Spider-Man show, I don't have much, but I probably should. Like, I should look into things that would bring in views. My brain doesn't always think that way. The main priority my brain looks for is like, do you have a point you want to make about this thing? Rather than this thing is popular, you should talk about it. Though I do take that into consideration. But if I was a wholehearted, this thing is popular, you should talk about it, I would have been talked about Invincible. I have not touched Invincible because I just feel like I don't have anything to say about it. Have you ever seen the show The Orville by Seth MacFarlane, the parodying homage to Star Trek? The Orville? Rings a bell, but I don't think so. Transformers 1 review. I could turn Transformers 1 has such a simple message, but it's clearly a message we need because so many people were agreeing with Megatron. So it's clearly a message that needs to be said. Is there a specific reason you always call Grayson just Grayson? And yes, because I don't like swearing, and I know that's just a name, but my mouth avoids it. Like the only time I've ever said the actual word is when I'm talking about the store. But even then, I'll sometimes jokingly call it Richard. I know it's not a swear word. I know it's a name, but it's just my mouth constantly tries to avoid saying anything that even sounds like a swear. The polls are closed. Half of you voted for Patriot Act. The other half are split on the other two. But Superman ultimately is the loser there. So Superman takes third place. Batman and Patriot Act move up. Can the votes for Superman make all the difference? Let's start another poll. Best Doorags. Justice League video of 2024. All right, this is it, guys. The ultimate one. Batman or Patriot Act. The best Justice League video of 2024. Go. And it's going to be awkwardly timed because you guys will have seen the poll before I could even say go in the stream. Is it ever difficult to describe the plot of an episode? What advice do you have in doing that? That's the thing. So when I went to college, we used to have to, write papers and stuff. And we would read books and then we would write papers. And in one of my classes, one of my professors specifically told us, don't just summarize things. You need to make sure you comment, and then you need to make sure you make a comment about what's being said. And that's the mentality I have about everything. Summarizing gets really annoying when I'm writing scripts and editing, because I'm like, I want to show these people something interesting, and all I'm doing is showing them context. And they need context for what I'm saying, the review. I'm showing them the thing, and then I'm reviewing it. But it gets frustrating when I just have a bunch of lines where I'm just summarizing things. It gets frustrating. What you need to do, and I used to be good at this, but I feel like I've gotten not as good at it, is you need to turn your summarization into something interesting. For example, in one of my King of the Hill videos, I said, Peggy gets bored, so she goes off to find a B plot. That's a slightly more interesting way of saying Peggy leaves the scene. You need to do your best to describe what's happening in an interesting manner. I feel like I've gotten not as good as that as I used to be. And it's something I've noticed and something I've gotten frustrated at myself at because of it. Hey, Shady, why do you hate Sam from Danny Phantom? I mean, if you just... Some people probably would prefer to wait for the video, but I've never been afraid to spoil videos in my live streams. And I've talked about this before. I dislike Sam because she is a poser. She is a poser. She is a spoiled poser. She acts like a brat a lot. And she tries to force her beliefs onto others. And it's very annoying. It's not that she just preaches her beliefs. She tries to force her beliefs onto others. And I don't believe she believes what she says she believes. I think she only does I think Sam is the way she is because it's the opposite of what her parents want her to be. You'll get better, Shady. Well, it's not so much that I'll get better, it's that I need to stop getting worse because I used to be good at it. He posts reminders for your Fortnite stream so that we can... What? Are you joking? I'm guessing you're joking. Recommend checking out Sarcastic Chorus. He's done videos about Sam and Danny. I remember when Rebel Taxi reviewed Danny Phantom, and he described Sam as the goth girl even he wasn't into. Because Sam is she's just so annoying. Like and that's the thing. Unlike John Redcorn, this is the tricky thing I'm having with Sam. Unlike John Redcorn, it's difficult for me to just grab an episode and say this is her at her worst. I was planning on doing that. I was absolutely planning on. I'm looking over there because that's where chat is. I keep forgetting the camera is there. I was planning on doing. Well, I guess in the video chat is over there. So yeah, I guess it still works. But I was planning on doing that. I was planning on reviewing the episode about the beauty pageant. Because I think that's Sam at her worst. But even in that video, Sam's only really bad for like half the episode, for like the first half of the episode. In order to understand why you dislike Sam, you have to see a bunch of consistent patterns of behavior that Sam has. Do you think you could do a video about Transformers rescue bots? No, I haven't. The thing is, I haven't seen too many Transformer things. My biggest exposure to Transformers before the movies was the one with the minicons. I always forget what the series is called, but it's the one with the minicons. I did watch Beast Wars, but I have no memory of it. I remember watching a lot of Beast Wars, but I don't have any memory of it. In the very first episode, Sam wants to force everyone at the school to eat a vegetarian lunch, not offer one as an alternative, make everyone eat it without a choice. That's who she is. Yes, she tries to force her beliefs onto others. Now, that episode, I'm slightly more forgiving of Sam because to a vegetarian, eating meat could be seen as murder, and if something as heinous as murder is going on, you want to use force to stop it. So I'm a bit more forgiving, but again, Sam has consistent behavior this way where she will force her beliefs on others. She doesn't just do that with the meat. And again, it's heavily seen in the beauty pageant episode. She's a contrarian. That's the best way to summarize it. She's a contrarian and it frustrates me to no end. She's also just a jerk. Like she is in the finale, she straight up tells Danny like, man, you used to be interesting. Now you're not. I don't like hanging out with you anymore. It's like, wow, Sam, what a friend you are. And I've asked myself, like, why don't I hate Tucker as much? Because Tucker, in some ways, is like a worse person than Sam. And I think the reason I don't hate Tucker as much is because whenever Tucker does something bad, he's always called out on it. He's not always forced to change, but he's always called out on it. And B, I don't know if this is still true because I don't watch as much modern cartoons for kids, but in the 90s and 2000s and whatnot, boys being creeps was just a thing for some reason. Like there was always boys that were just being creeps. Like there were girls that were just stuck up. That was the girl version of it. Girls were just stuck up while boys were just creepy dudes who would do creepy things often to girls. So it's kind of just like you weren't supposed to think it was okay, but you were kind of just supposed to think, oh, it's just a thing that exists. That's why Tucker doing all his weird stuff where he's like, hey, can you possess a girl for 2 minutes? Nowadays has not aged well at all. But back then it was just like, it just kind of went over your head. You're just like, yeah, it's something bad that they do, but we know it's bad, so whatever. Same thing with Danny using his powers to go into the girls' locker room. It's like, that's a horrendous thing for a person to do. But back in the day, it's just like, yeah, boys were just creeps. I mean, not all boys were just creeps, but it was just a thing. Like if a boy did something creepy, you were just like, oh, okay, this is happening again. Shady, they literally changed the menu to actual grass. It wasn't vegan. It was her specific vegan. I mean, that's part of it, but that could also just be seen as cartoon exaggeration. The point was it was something nobody else wanted. Sam is like Lisa Simpson when she is going on her soapbox or is a jerk to someone else. The writers always put her in the right because she tends to be a mouthpiece for their beliefs. The thing is, I don't think Sam is a mouthpiece for the writers' beliefs. I think they just gave her an obnoxious personality and didn't see it as obnoxious or as something that needed to be corrected. I don't feel like she's a mouthpiece, but I could be wrong on that. Shady said all boys are creeps. Oh yeah, that's the quote we're coming out of 2024 with. So who's the funniest cartoon villain you can think of? Jack Spicer from Showdown is my go-to answer. That's a good answer. Jack Spicer is a really good answer. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to top that. The funniest cartoon villain. See, now I'm just thinking of Jack Spicer because it will never not scare me. Call of Ghidorah for 200. I'm not sure what currency that is, but thank you very much. Hello, Shady. Happy New Year. I wanted to ask you what. Hold on, it's scrolling up so I can't see it. Stop. Come back. There it is. I wanted to ask you what is your opinion on how Across the Spider-Verse did Miles' character and the whole canon event thing, and what is your opinion on the series The Boys? The Boys I was not able to get through because pretty much I'm just too sensitive. That's all it was. I watched the first episode, and when it got to the scene where they got into the club, I was like, I don't know if I can handle this. And then when the Mary Marvel wannabe was throwing up in the toilet, signifying she actually did the sexual favor, I was like, okay, I can't handle this. I'm just too much of a sissy. That's all there is to it. I couldn't handle it. So I don't have an opinion on The Boys because I've never seen it. The Miles Morales canon thing, I feel like my feelings for it are kind of complex because... All right, let me finish answering this, but I'm closing the poll. My feelings for the Miles Morales thing are kind of complicated because I feel like there is an agenda they are pushing with the Miles Morales thing, and I feel like it's not a fair one because how they've written the story is that Miles is wrong, but they are going to make him right. Because the characters who are telling Miles he is wrong, they once believed like Miles did, and it got people killed. And so that's why they no longer believe that. But I feel like they're very much gonna make a story where they're just seeing things the incorrect way. And also, I think it was Mahler on EFAP brought this up. Spider-Man is one of the worst characters to do this to. I would argue he's both one of the worst and one of the best characters, because if you know the character of Spider-Man, he's a lot like Superman, where he's just so obsessed with saving people that he can't. But Superman can think long-term. Spider-Man has trouble thinking long-term. He often thinks short-term, like, I have to save this person no matter what. There was a point in the comics where his battle cry was "no one dies," and other superheroes had to sit Spider-Man down and say, "Hey, in our line of work, people die. You cannot make your battle cry "no one dies" because you're just setting yourself up for disappointment. Everybody fails at their job from time to time, and eventually you're going to fail to save someone." So it's really weird to make a story about how every Spider-Man in the Spider-Man multiverse has accepted that canon events where people die are going to happen for the greater good. That's kind of one of the worst characters you could do that to. And I don't appreciate them doing it for this. Miles is a special character. I already have issues with Miles as a character. I really dislike how Marvel handled Miles overall, not in the Spider-Verse movies, but just Miles overall, how they are handling his character. I've said for many months now, probably years at this point, that they should have gotten him away from the Spider-Man label and the Spider-Man legacy. He should have gotten his own superhero name. He should have gotten to do his own thing. He could be part of the Spider-Man story if they want, but he should not. He should have gotten away from Spider-Man and Peter Parker. As the legacy character, because Peter Parker is still around. So him being a legacy character makes no sense. Yes, but that is the end of this poll. Patriot Act has won the best Justice League video of 2024. Surprise, surprise. it was the best performing video of the year. Everybody was really happy with Patriot Act. Honestly, Patriot Act, yeah, probably the best video I've ever made so far. So yeah, that moves on to the final round. Let me just grab that. Which one is it? You? Is it? No, not you, not you. There you go. This one. So you get to go into the finale. There you go. And we will move on to the next category. Any guesses on the next category? Any guesses? Any guesses? Any guesses for the next category? I'm just smiling because I'm seeing it in front of me. This next category brings me so much shame. It brings me so much shame, and you're about to see why. The next category is the best Avatar video. What was the best Avatar video? So originally, there wasn't going to be a best Avatar candidate because obviously I barely did any Avatar videos this year. But I needed 8 categories. So the category that these two were in, I was like, okay, they need their own category because I needed eight categories for the tournament. All right, so let me start this poll. What was the best Avatar video of 2024? So this is actually a good chance for a transition into a subject I wanted to talk about and almost forgot. What's the best Shady Doorags Avatar video of 2024? Okay, there you go, 10 minutes. So this is actually a good transition into a subject I wanted to talk about. And that is January. So January, my plan for January is that I'm not going to take time off, but I'm going to put less pressure on myself for the main channel. I'm basically going to be doing the same thing I did last year, where I'm going to be focusing on the second channel and releasing videos for there. It didn't work last year because I ran into a bunch of technical difficulties. I shouldn't do that this year. I figured out all the kinks in the system. I want to make a bunch of videos for the second channel, but I also want to make a bunch of laxed videos for the main channel. So art could come back in January. I'm not going to say that it will, but it could come back. Just because I will be making videos, but they will be lax videos. I'm iffy on it because if you make too much of a certain video, the algorithm adjusts your channel, and also people's attitudes to your channel adjust. People are like, oh, I don't want to see that series, but he's spamming it out, so I'm going to unsubscribe. I've had things happen like that before, and I've had to make the sacrifice of not doing not releasing the video. I started watching Daria because of your videos about the show. Still need to watch the movies. It's very interesting that people say they've started watching Daria because of my channel. Like, I understand other shows like King of the Hill and Justice League and blah blah blah. Daria is weird to me because I feel like I started watching Daria because of YouTube, and now people are saying they're watching Daria because of my YouTube space specifically. Speaking of the second channel, who is your favorite Organization 13 member from Kingdom Hearts? Well, technically that would be Roxas. Other than Roxas, I don't know if I really have a favorite. Maybe the water dude, just because his battle cry stuck in my head. Dance, water, dance! My family and my siblings and I used to joke about that all the time. Mr. Cynical, thank you so much for the $5. One more sidetrack. I heard you talk about it earlier. So did you watch Tiny Toons University? Thoughts on it? Yes, I did watch Tiny Toons University. I think it's fine. I was disappointed there wasn't any Almyra. Like, she's in the opening, but she's nowhere in the show. There's a lot of, well, I don't want to say a lot. There's a noticeable amount of girl power moments in the show, but it's not to an obnoxious degree. Like, they clearly have girl powerness in the show. A lot of people were scared that they were going to make it a major part of the show because Sweetie specifically shows that she's a feminist, so a lot of people were scared that they were going to go that route. It's definitely there, but to me, it's not obnoxious. I think it's fine. I think if you're a Tiny Toons fanatic, it's worth checking out. The voices that are different, I feel like you will eventually get used to. But I don't think it's like anything spectacular or anything horrible. I think it's fine. Who's your favorite voice actor, actress? Mine is Kevin Michael Richardson. So I did a video saying my top 4. Why did I do that? My top 4 favorite voice actors and actresses. It was Filmore, Tara Strong, Cree Summer, and Jim Cummings. Filmore is no longer up there. I no longer feel like the joy I used to feel whenever Filmore would speak. Filmore has been replaced by Greg Griffin. I love Greg Griffin's work so much. When I found out the voice actress of Azula, and I went and looked up all the stuff she did, I was like, oh my goodness, this woman has basically been my childhood. So it's a tie between those 4: Greg Griffin, Jim Cummings, Tara Strong, and Cree Summer. Shady, Kevin Michael Richardson does Joker for the Batman cartoon. I am aware of that. Yeah. He was in the Robin episode for Teen Titans. He was the bear and the snake. When I heard that episode and I heard the snake, I was like, that's got to be Mark Hamill. And I went to the credits and it was Kevin Michael Richardson. I was like, oh my goodness, he sounds just like the Joker. And it's like, yeah, because he played the Joker. Do you think the fan theory that Peg divorced Pete prior to Goofy movie and that's why she isn't there is plausible? I think she would not do that. I don't have enough memory of Goof Troop to say whether or not that's plausible. I don't think that's the case. I think they just wanted I think they just had no need for her in the story. Like she doesn't serve a purpose in the story. I really love Ron Perlman. Ron Perlman is good. What about Steve Bloom? Steve Bloom is good. It's not one of my favorites, but I do love Steve Bloom whenever I hear his voice. Grade the Lissel recently condemned kids for using AI while she peddled AI art. Well, I'm talking about their craft rather than the people. I don't know the people. A lot of people have told me whenever I say Greg Griffin is one of my favorites, a lot of people say, oh, she's a really bad person. I'm like, I'm not judging that. I'm talking about her craft. Do you think Teen Titans 2003 and the Batman 2004 are connected? No, but I like the theory. I really like the theory that Robin from the Batman is the same Robin from Teen Titans. It makes a lot of sense. I don't think that's the case, but it's I'm fine with that as a headcanon. Happy New Year's from England. Happy New Year's. As Mr. Enter once said, please do not follow any cartoonist or voice actor on Twitter. You will come to hate every aspect of the animation industry if you do that. I've learned that it's not fun to follow most actors in general. It seems that actors are very displaced from the world from what Twitter has shown us. I don't want to cast everyone under the same light, but from what Twitter has shown us, a lot of actors are just displaced from the world, and it gets. I think the drinker said it really fine, like said it really good. Like it's fine that they get that way. It's just when you go out of your way to present that side of you to people, and while simultaneously looking down on them, it makes them not want to support you. And it makes you look really, really bad. The question from JLU is the GOAT. Do you think you will ever cover live action shows in the future? Yes. Again, I said this earlier, and I say it every year, but I really feel it in my heart that I want to step out of my comfort zone in 2025. I've gotten way too comfortable in 2024, and I have felt it hinder my work. And at the very least, at the beginning of the year, I'm going to be watching a lot of media. One must also separate art from artists. That's how I feel if you're going to be a reviewer. In regards to cartoon voice actors, my favorites are Keith David, Crispin Freeman, and Liam O'Brien. Do you like them, Shady? Keith David, I'm fine with. Crispin Freeman and Liam O'Brien is not ringing a bell. I've only recently started learning the names of voice actors because the one I was always familiar with was Tara Strong because I got into the Brony fandom and they would always bring up Tara Strong. And then when I mentioned voice actors in videos, people started commenting on the fact that I mentioned. So I love voice acting as an art. So I've gone in like the last 3 to 5 years, I've started really paying attention to who voice actors are and what roles they've been in, et cetera, et cetera. Do you think you'll cover anime like My Hero Academia in 2025? No. I don't ever plan on covering anime because copyright is already so hard to get away with. Actually, copyright is so bad now that anime is a lot more plausible. Because in my brain, I've just accepted that every one of my videos is going to get struck. It's something I've been trying to avoid, but like, it's just gonna. I'm just accepting that it's going to happen now. And that's it. The polls are closed. And we are ending with... Okay, you trolls. What is this? Are you serious? What am I supposed to do? Why? Well, actually, we do have a scenario for this. If it's ever a tie, I'm the last vote. That's the rule. If it's ever a tie, I'm the last vote. So, because I'm the last vote, this Korra video is definitely the winner. Yeah, this Korra video was definitely it's definitely a good video. Like I said, I was frustrated with editing it because there wasn't a ton of jokes and a ton of scenes, but it was something I really wanted to do because Twitter was just frustrating me so much with that opening scene. All right, so Sam Ollie, thank you very much for the 10 pounds. I think that's pounds. Since you mentioned live action, I'd love to see the whiplash from your reaction to our nearest version of DCAU, Gary Anderson's puppet TV show like Terrorhawks. Hold on. I'd love to see the whiplash from you reacting to our nearest version. Gary Anderson's... Oh, okay. All right. I misread it for a second. I would have to get more... Get more requests to consider that. That sounds like a very out of the way thing to go and look for. Okay, so Korra's moving on to the finale. Where is it? That one? Yep. Okay, you move on to the finale. All right. Any guesses to the next category? You guys about 20 seconds to make some guesses. The next category is all right, you peeps. I was thinking of doing this for the finale. I was like, nah. They're really going to want to dive into this one. So, what is the best Shady Doorags King of the Hill video of 2024? Oh, there should probably be quotations around that. We got the Breaking Bad girls. We got Jane, Jam, and Jelly. We got... I forgot what that episode is called. I'm just going to call it Boomhauer. And we got Joseph. Okay. On your mark, get set, go. My name is MK. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. MK as in MK. How are you able to recognize voice actors better than me? Practice, I guess. I'm bad with names, but like voices, I've been told by my family that I'm good at. Who is the most overrated superhero in your opinion? No, She-Hulk doesn't count. Nobody likes her. Overrated? Deadpool. If you want to count him as a hero, he's probably more of an anti-hero. What's the worst King of the Hill episode? A lot of people really hate the one where Peggy kidnaps the girl. Shady, any thoughts on Creature Commandos new? I've never heard of that. Will you ever cover the Venture Bros? I'm not sure. A lot of people have asked, and I did watch like the first episode, but I just couldn't get into the first episode. I wanted to watch other stuff. Nope, MK is short for Michaela. Okay. The Breaking Bad girls remind me how underrated Lucy Liu is as a voice actor. Oh, that was Lucy Liu? Oh. She was in Red One. And I was like, she's nailing the vocal, but there's something about the expression that I'm just not feeling. I was like, her voice is perfect for the role she's in, but the acting itself I'm just not feeling. I count myself as a Batman fan, but I honestly would give him that title, or maybe it's less that Batman is overrated so much as certain interpretations of him are, in my opinion. I immediately thought Batman, but I was like, no, that character deserves all the love he gets. Who is the most underrated hero? That's difficult because there's so many heroes out there. Let me see if I can get an idea. Honestly, Guy Gardner, but that's probably about to change. Because most people recognize Jon Stewart. I feel like most people just don't understand Spider-Man. Because they get their interpretations of him from movies, and the The only movie that got him right was Spider-Verse, and that was long after he was a hero. Have you ever watched Death Battle? Yes, I do watch Death Battle. I fell in love with their Bowser versus Eggman. I think that's the best battle they've ever had. Would you ever get into Boondocks? I have reviewed Boondocks. I've reviewed an episode from Boondocks. I've seen the entirety of Boondocks. I'm starting to forget episodes because it's been a while since I've seen them. It's a fun show for the most part. The Obama episode was surprisingly grounded. I kick myself for not reviewing Boondocks more because it's a show that everybody wants me to review. It's almost perfect for the channel. The problem with Boondocks is that they swear up and down in that show, and I try hard not to have swear words in my videos. It's just a personal thing. I just don't like swear words. I try to keep my videos family friendly. Val Starwind for $5. Thank you very much. Happy New Year, Shady. Happy New Year's, Val. I watch your new video every week when I get to work. Have you watched Young Justice, and do you plan on making any videos? I saw Young Justice when I was a kid. A lot of people have requested it. I am looking to find something I can talk about it. January will involve me watching a lot of things. Many argue that Homecoming did, since Spider-Man was the first mainstream teenage superhero. Was he? Wasn't Robin the first? Robin was the first sidekick. Maybe Spider-Man was before Robin. Will you ever review South Park, Shady? Probably not. I tried to get into South Park, and I didn't see anything worth talking about in South Park. Do you like Lunatics Unleashed, and what do you think about each character, if you know of them or have any thoughts? I liked Lunatics Unleashed. I haven't seen it in over a decade, but I did like it when I was a kid. Any Death Battle ideas? The idea I had for Death Battle, which I don't think is plausible anymore, was Sailor Moon and Tuxedo Mask versus Ladybug and Cat Noir. But I don't think it's plausible anymore because Sailor Moon is like galaxy level, universe level, or something like that. As far as I know, Ladybug is not. But I'm not caught up on Ladybug, so maybe she is. Captain Marvel is the first kid superhero, I think, but he turned into an adult when he is a superhero. Yeah, I would definitely not count Captain Marvel. Not gonna lie, I feel like Homecoming started the whole Iron Man Jr. problem in the MCU Spider-Man. Well, yeah. So Spider-Man was Iron Man's protege in the comics, but he wasn't seen as like Iron Man Jr. Like Iron Man did give him a suit, and he was taking Spider-Man under his wing. This was during the New Avengers and during the Civil War. But Spider-Man like heavily rebelled against Tony during the Civil War, and he actually switched sides during the Civil War. New Avengers, in my opinion, maybe it's just because of nostalgia, like that's when I was heavily into comics, but New Avengers to me is my favorite version of the Avengers, and it's where I say that Spider-Man actually does work really well with a team. A lot of people say they don't want to see Spider-Man with other people. I'm like, no, he needs to bounce off of other people. Spider-Man as a character is really good at bouncing off of other people. I think the MCU just drops the ball on which characters they have him bouncing off of. Like the Ned and MJ thing was not a good dynamic to me. Also, MCU doesn't understand Spider-Man humor. I did not like how the three Spider-Men were bouncing off of each other in No Way Home. A lot of people are like, oh, that's an amazing part. There's so much character. I'm like, yeah, but it's not Spider-Man. Like, there's a way Spider-Man talk to each other. I just saw a picture of a really good Spider-Man joke. It was Peter and Ben. They were talking to each other. Peter said, "This is horrible. Whoever did this is gonna," and then Ben interrupts him and says, "I did this." And Peter says, "Is gonna be forgiven because we like to give people second chances." I'm like, that's Peter Parker humor. I think Spider-Verse gets Peter Parker humor. I don't think the MCU does at all. Also, in comics, Spider-Man and Iron Man has only 5 or so age difference. In MCU, Tony's basically his dad. Yeah, he's a kid in the MCU. Though ages you cannot trust in Marvel, in comics in general. Marvel specifically, because they say like there's actually a canon reason in Marvel why the characters never age. New Avengers is when the Avengers became more like the Justice League and had Marvel's biggest, best, most popular heroes on the team. It's not how I would describe it, but I'm not going to say that's wrong. Speaking of Spider-Man, how do you think the new show will be received? I think people are eager to fight about superhero content. The new Superman movie has shown me that the trailer for that the trailer for the new Superman movie has me so frustrated because like I'm not looking at it and thinking, oh, it's going to be an amazing experience. It could be bad. It could be good. I haven't seen enough to really warrant a response either way. I do think it's going to be better than Man of Steel because I detest Man of Steel. But Twitter, for some reason, the Man of Steel defenders have come out of the woodworks and they just keep harping on this movie. Like, I don't see what's wrong with Guy Gardner. I saw an image of Hawkgirl. I can understand the Hawkgirl complaint, but I don't see what's wrong with Guy Gardner. If they're complaining that he's in the movie, period, like it's a Justice League movie, it should be a Superman movie. I get that. But I've seen a lot of people complain about how he looks. I'm like, that looks like the character. And I've seen so many new interpretations of Man of Steel, and I just get so heated because I'm like, I think they're just awful takes. I don't like to attack other people, but like a lot of the Man of Steel takes I've seen just feel very, very awful. All right, that's the end of that, and the loser is Breaking Bad Girls. Breaking Bad Girls is taking the 4th place spot. So we are moving up the ladder. And we'll start the next one. Start a poll. All right, there you go. So now that you've broken into Danny Phantom, which episode do you plan to use to tear Sam apart? Was not expecting you to prefer John Redcorn. So I talked about this earlier in the stream. I was planning to do the beauty pageant episode because I think that is where Sam is at her most obnoxious. But the problem is, so from what I've seen so far, there isn't a specific episode where you can really gather why I dislike the character. Because the reason I dislike the character is a consistent pattern of behavior. So I think for the Sam video, I'm going to have to do something different where I just talk about different moments that frustrated Sam throughout this, different moments that Sam frustrated me throughout the series. What is your favorite movie of 2024? Probably Transformers 1. I went to the theater a lot this year because I'm trying to get theater going into the Shady Doorags mentality. Plus, I have to keep up with movies now. You know, as a reviewer, that's just something I'm supposed to do. I did not see one movie in theater that I regret seeing. I saw Transformers 1. I saw Wild Robot. I saw Sonic 3. I saw Red 1. I saw Wicked. Wicked might beat Transformers 1. I think in the long run, I'll wind up liking Transformers 1 more than Wicked. Wicked was just such a fun experience for me, though, because I went with my mom, who's a huge Wizard of Oz fan, and she didn't know anything about Wicked, and she came out loving that movie. She was so happy, and that just made my day just... Because I was already going to enjoy it, because I loved the songs from Wicked. but watching her like get caught up into the moment, it's just there's something magical about watching somebody else get caught up in the thing that you like. Did you see Deadpool and Wolverine? No. I'm kind of superhero movie out. I would be fine in watching the new Superman movie, but superheroes in movies, to me, I've just kind of gotten sick of it. Oh, that's a movie I didn't really like. Venom 3. Venom 3 was not I don't really like the Venom series, so Venom 3, I can't say I was disappointed because I got exactly what I expected, but what I expected wasn't good. So, possible movie reviews in the future. I should review movies. I should. It's just I don't like to review things that I don't have the clips to back them up. I should do like quick reviews like what The Drinker does, where he just talks about a movie he just saw. I should do that. I just don't like to, but I should. I do talk about him on Twitter, though. Do you have a favorite Game Boy Advance game? Legend of Zelda Minish Cap, but I barely played the Game Boy Advance. I didn't even play that game on the Game Boy Advance. I played it on the DS. What did you think about? Oh, Moana 2 was also was very mid. I was shocked that the internet hated Moana 2 so much. Like, I didn't particularly love Moana 2, and I thought its ending was pretty bad. But I was like, okay, it's a okay Disney movie. But the internet was like, why does this movie think it has the audacity to exist in my presence? Hey, quick question. Do you know about the manga anime Hunter x Hunter? Yes, I watched the original Hunter x Hunter all the way through. It was one of the best animes I ever saw. I did not watch the remake that came out, though. And I know the original ends way before the end of the story. That movie's supposed to be a 6-episode miniseries. They cut it to a movie. Yeah, so I heard. Was it better than Ralph Breaks the Internet, at least? Yeah. The thing is, Ralph Breaks the Internet is also a movie that didn't upset me like everyone else, because I wanted one very specific thing from Wreck-It Ralph 2, and I got that thing, even though the rest of the movie was very bad. And also, you can't make me hate the interaction of all the princesses. Like, I actually have a poster from the Wreck-It Ralph movie of all the princesses. It's up there. I don't want to move the camera because the camera's not in the defined spot for the camera is not set correctly. I had to set it before the stream. I hate it when people talk like that. It's so dramatic. Talk like what? Like what I said? I was being hyperbolic. Maybe top 10 worst Sam moments video. I've strayed away from top 10s in general because they never did well back when I did them. Shady, how would you personally fix Amber in Invincible Season 1? Fix Amber? Well, first of all, not have her know the secret. I mean, you just don't have Amber flirt with somebody while she's dating Mark. B, don't have her know the secret. Have her find out, have her get upset, and then eventually forgive Mark. Yeah, it's not, honestly, it's not that much to think about. You can also have another superhero who knows Mark's secret identity talk to Amber, but not know that she's mad at Mark, and be like, "Oh, I'm so glad he finally told you, because we had so many conversations about how he wanted to get to your events but couldn't make it, and it was stressing me out." Do you think that Sam Manson is like Diane Nguyen, just without the nuance? Similar to it, yes. Have you watched My Adventures with Superman? No, I did not. I say shamefully because a lot of people did ask me to watch that, and I just didn't. Do you have a video on Total Drama Island series? I don't have much to say about Total Drama. I loved Total Drama. The first 3 seasons, I still listen to the songs from season 3. I love Total Drama, but I don't have anything to say about Total Drama. Hey, do you know about the manga chapters 395, 397? If not, then you should look. I wouldn't be able to tell you if I knew. I know about the anime, and I know where it stopped in the anime, which is where Gon finds his dad, and the anime just ends. And that's the original run of the anime. I don't know about the reboot. Have you considered doing a review of the meta episodes of Rick and Morty? I've considered doing a couple reviews of Rick and Morty because there are some episodes that really tick me off with Rick and Morty. Specifically, the season finale of the last season, man, that episode ticked me off. That's an episode I need to review just to bring back Angry Shady, because we haven't seen Angry Shady in a good while, have we? I need to get angry at something, and that's an episode that there were a couple episodes in Rick and Morty that Rick and Morty as a show really does get under my skin because it has the potential to be such a good show, and it drops the ball so many times. It'll have really good episodes, and then you could just tell that the writers just didn't care in so many other episodes. And then you can tell they did care, but they took it in the complete wrong direction. Shady, will we get any Ben 10 videos in the near future? So Ben 10 is a show I want to talk about just for the sake of talking about it. That's a show where I don't want to have a message. I just want to talk about Ben 10. I watched like the first like 5 or 6 episodes, and then for some reason I just fell off track with watching it. No, the original run of Hunter x Hunter. I always say the X. I've been trying not to. Ends with New York. Ends with York New, unless you've seen the Chimera Ant arc. Well, the one I saw, it was years ago, probably over a decade ago at this point. Was they went through the game arc, through the digital game arc. Gon, that is his name, right? Gon. He had found a way to sneak out the teleport card, and he teleported to his dad, and that's where there were no more episodes after that. So if it didn't officially end there, that was the only episode that was available at the time, and the reboot had already started, so I figured there was no more episodes. Okay, and that's a wrap for that one. End the poll. And the loser is Joseph. Joseph, you take 3rd place. And we're moving on up. I honestly don't know who's going to win this one. I mean, I guess no, there wasn't any King of the Hill video that was like definitely more well received than the others. All right, last one. What is the best King of the Shady Doorags King of the Hill video of 2024? That's the year, right? Jane, Jam, and Jelly, or the Boomhauer episode. There you go. May the voting commence. A small piece of criticism. I think the layout for your stream needs to be better. Do you have any suggestions? Because when it comes to streaming, like everything needs to be improved. And I keep being like, oh, I'll fix this later. I'll fix that later. And it just doesn't happen. Because I don't stream a lot. Like the focus of the channel for me isn't streaming. I mainly do streaming just to give you guys a chance to communicate with me, because I like to communicate with the people I watch. So I figure you guys probably want a chance to do that. But the Discord allows you to do that as well, to ask me questions. So I don't put too much thought and emphasis on the streams. Hey, Shady, will you ever do a regular show episode review? I can't see myself doing a regular show episode review. I can't see that happening. I do want to. There's a very specific subject I do want to talk about in Gravity Falls. I got into it with what's his name? It's another YouTuber, the one with white hair. I can't remember his name. But I got into Just Stop. That's his name. I got into it with him about Stan versus Ford, and I really want to talk about that rivalry because I have some opinions about Stan versus Ford. Is the Discord public access or Patreon? It's public access. Does the bot still work? Let me try. See if the bot still works. Oh, I added instead. No, not added. I didn't mean to add. Discord. Let me try that. There it is. Jay Greenlee, thank you so much for the $5. I highly recommend picking up Hunter x Hunter where you left off. You stopped before the best arc in the series. Also, Amazing World of Gumball or More Courage. Amazing World of Gumball could make its way onto the channel. I love the Amazing World of Gumball, but I didn't watch it that much. And but I feel like there could be episodes where I would want to say something. Shady straightens tie and stands up. I have some opinions. I always have opinions. I can't turn it off. Example, the chat should be smaller and your face cam should be bigger. I mean, if I wanted to, I could just switch to this. The reason my face cam is down there is because I'm not focusing on my face right now. We're focusing on the content. But I could just do this. I just wanted to have the contest up first because that's what I want to focus on. Shady, would you ever review Chowder? Chowder is comedy focused. Most comedy focused shows I tend to stay away from because I don't have much to say about them other than they are funny. And it's difficult to write a script saying this is funny over and over and over again. Kim Possible was a rarity, and that was because I would love to talk about Kim Possible, but again, I don't have much to say. I talked about that one episode because I had something to say other than this is a funny episode, and I skipped a huge chunk of the episode because the only thing I had to say about that chunk was it's funny. Panini apparently problematic. Well, that was a very illiterate sentence to say. Who is your favorite hero and your favorite villain from Troll Hunters? It's okay. The events of Troll Hunters have leaked out of my brain. It's been a while since I saw Troll Hunters. I was a fan of Jake, and I really liked that. I really liked that. Most of the villains I was fine with. But the one that stands out right now, but I wouldn't write this in stone, is the one who I can't remember his name. It was the one who the teacher had control over. I guess he wanted his heart back or something. Review VeggieTales, you know you want to. I meant to review VeggieTales a long time ago, and I just never got around to it. Kilia Morales, would you review Ed, Edd n Eddy? Thanks for the $2, by the way. Again, that's another show that's comedy focused. I watched so much Ed, Edd n Eddy growing up. I loved that show, but I wouldn't have much to say about it other than it's funny. I know there are some episodes where they go into the character motivations and whatnot, but I'm just not good at coming up with scripts where something is mostly comedy based. That's more of a Toonrific Tariq kind of thing. All right, I see that poll at 50%. Y'all do that again. I'm do the same thing I did before. Have you considered reviewing Justice League movies? I've considered reviewing a lot of movies, which will probably happen in 2025. I have a plan for a movie review in 2025. Ever seen Randy Cunningham, Ninth Grade Ninja? Rings a bell, but no. Who is Jake in Troll Hunters? You mean Jim Lake? Yeah. Like I said, the knowledge of that show has slipped out. I've forgotten a lot about that show. What's the oldest show you considered looking at? The oldest show? I mean, I don't really go farther than the 90s, so I don't know if it's going to get any more older than King of the Hill. Will you ever review anything indie animation shit? It's a possibility. I don't see it happening in the near future. I tried to review H of a Boss. Have you ever seen H of a Boss? I tried to review that show, but I just couldn't get into it. So I just wound up saying my thoughts in a live stream, which was I was interested in the show, but I dropped it in season 2 because I think the show has 2 major problems. The first one is it's so unfocused. It has so much it wants to do, and it keeps throwing all that stuff at you. And B is that it cheats. It will say, this is a silly show that takes place in the underworld, so they can do all this random silly nonsense and you don't care about it. And then it'll try to throw a gut punch feel at you and say, ha, did you just think this was a silly show that takes place in the underworld? Serious things happen. Like it narratively cheats to get emotional rises out of people. And I got sick and tired of it. So I honestly just think it's not a good show. I think it has fantastic animation, fantastic voice acting, but the plot is just so all over the place and unfocused. Would you review any anime? So we talked about this before. Anime is not likely because the copyright holders for anime are just so obnoxious. But it has become more possible because the copyright for everything has become obnoxious. My videos will get claimed for 8-second clips. And sometimes it won't even be a full 8 seconds. It'll be 6 seconds with 2 seconds of my avatar on screen. Have you reviewed any of the TMNT shows? No, I have not. I've seen the 2003, 2012, and some of the 2017 one. Well, I've seen some of all of them. I was never highly into any of them. Can I request a review of the Cyborg Hive episode? From Teen Titans. What about other indie shows like Monkey Wrench? I've never heard of that one. What was that one with the cat? I was supposed to watch that one, and I never did. Would you ever review episodes of IRL shows? I'm intrigued. What would you say about a show like Ted Lasso, the Apple TV show? Do you mean live action? Or do you mean nonfiction? Because live action, definitely. Nonfiction, it's a possibility, but I don't see it happening. Would you say your channel is more focused towards kids or an adult audience? Adults. I see my analytics. It's definitely adults. I'm actually shocked at how many of you guys are Zoomers. Millennials I expected, but there's a lot of Zoomers. What? Hold up. 50%, but 49%. Oh, because it's an odd number of voters, but that should still be 51%. Anyway, the Boomhauer one wins with a very interesting turn of events here. Excuse me. The Boomhauer one has been declared the best King of the Hill video. All right, while I get the next one set up, you guys can take some guesses as what the next category will be. Not that one. That one. You go in the finale with the winners. Had to mute my mic for a second. All right. The next category to vote for. If you said Daria, you are correct. So we'll go ahead and get that started. What was the best Shady Doorags Daria video of 2020? Daria is a series that is really intriguing me because like it fits the channel properly, but at the same time it's in such a weird place where there's a huge chunk of the channel that just doesn't care for Daria, but there's still a huge enough chunk that does, that validates it being on here. So let's see, Jane's edition. Is there 2 T's in addition? I don't know. Hopefully not. Lenses. And then Parade. And I tend to get very wordy in these videos as well, because there's just so much. Where'd my timer go? Oh, there it is. There's just so much like analyzing that the show requires. Have you seen the College Humor sketch for Daria? Yes, I did. You're talking about where they come back as adults. If that's the one you're talking about, yes, I have. The acting is very good, and there's a lot of accurate stuff. They do get a couple of things wrong. They get 2 things wrong. They say they because Gwen has. Wait, is that her name? Not Gwen. Quinn. Quinn has already told her friends that Daria is her sister. Like, she stops being ashamed of Daria being her sister in the final season. And they also get wrong that Daria was valedictorian. She wasn't. Jody was valedictorian. Daria won an award, but it wasn't valedictorian. Jay Greenlee, thank you very much for the $2. Will you ever review Duckman OG adult cartoon? I don't see myself reviewing Duckman because I know nothing about Duckman. I would need to watch it. And there's just so much on my watch list already right now, but it's a possibility. Again, 2025, I'm attempting to watch way more shows. And I will definitely have time to do it with all my relaxed exercising. It's walking. I don't know why I'm saying it like that. I'm just walking. Thought I saw something. Who's more ooh Shady, Bill or Buckley? I genuinely don't know what ooh means. I see it memed all the time, but I don't know. I think that's more of a Gen Z thing than a millennial thing. Uh-oh, my allergies have started acting up. I must be recording. Well, they waited until 2 hours into the stream. Hey, can you look up and talk about the Phantom trope origins from Hunter? Hunter, trust me, you won't forget it. What, right now? No. That's a good thing that you don't know. Don't know what. My favorite episode was probably the camping episode. Are you guys talking to each other? I feel like I'm jumping into a conversation. Who is the best teacher in Dragon Ball? Goku, Piccolo, or Vegeta? The best teacher? Probably Goku. I can't think of a moment where Goku failed at teaching. But at the same time, Piccolo Well, Piccolo struggles with young kids. That's a thing. Piccolo's just like, do it now, and they don't always respond the way he wants them to. He eventually gets the job done, but he struggles with it. Goku knows how to talk to kids, and even Vegeta knows how to be a dad. Shady, do you think Goku can read? Why would Goku not know how to? Goku got a formal education from Roshi. Random question. Are you a fan of WWE? No, I am an ex-fan of WWE. I outgrew it. I was a fan of it in my tween years and my teen years, but in the middle of my teen years, I got tired of it. You know, guys, many people shallowly compare Dragon Ball and Sonic, but Knuckles never had his arm ripped off. Sonic never permanently got kids, and Amy Rose, not without logic, not without action like Chi-Chi. Well, do you read the comics? Because a lot of things happen in the comics. Have you ever heard of Marvel anime? Sounds familiar, but not wholly ringing a bell. What time is it? Oh, it's only okay. We've only been going for I just checked. We've only been going for 2 hours. Happy New Year, Anonymous Bean. Why did you get tired of WWE? Was it too formulaic for you? So the thing that broke me, like I eventually, you discover as a kid, you think wrestling's real, but then you discover that it's fake. What got me was I didn't care that it was fake, but I was very upset when, who was it? I think it was John Cena. John Cena beat someone. I think it was Undertaker. Like I was already upset that he had beat someone else, and then he beat Undertaker. I was so mad. I was like, they're just trying to prop up John Cena as the best wrestler. Like this isn't believable anymore. It's basically the same critiques I make now about shows that I did with WWE. Are you planning on viewing the live action Lilo and Stitch when it comes out? I mean, it's a possibility. I'm going to the theater a lot more now, because I'm trying to stay trying to stay current with stuff and also look for things to review. Shady, what do you think about DC games as a whole? Games? Games is not a good question to ask me because I fell out of video games about a decade ago. I'm trying to get back into them, and that's part of what the second channel is about. The only DC game I know I played is Injustice, which was fun, and Mortal Kombat versus Justice League, which was fun but clunky, or Mortal Kombat versus DC. Any interest on Infinity Train? Somewhat, but not too much. People have asked me to talk about it. Cena never beat Undertaker. He did beat Rock once. I'm pretty sure he did beat Undertaker. It is a long time ago. Like I'm in my 30s now. This would be at about like probably 15, 17 years ago. What do you think about the Arkham trilogy? I've only played one game, and it was fun. Kingdom Hearts, yes, we will be going back to Kingdom Hearts come tomorrow, January. I will start recording soon enough. Did you like the Troll movies? I do like the Troll movies. It's very interesting to me. Well, first of all, I just like Anna Kendrick as an actress and as a singer and as a voice actress. But also, like, the Troll movies to me are just fun. Like, I'm perfectly happy to shut my brain off to watch a Troll movie. Cena beat Taker on SmackDown way back in 2003. Sounds about right. Opinion on Teletubbies. Teletubbies was probably the very first show I was ever obsessed with as a kid. Review Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't know what lesson it could teach, but I'm sure you can think of something. just talk about this thing that I really want you to talk about, Shady, which, you know, I'm making fun of you guys, but I do the same thing with people who I watch. Think of a reason to talk about it. Anna Kendrick for movie, Amy Rose. I agree. Somebody else suggested that on Twitter, and I was like, "Yep, I would be perfectly happy with that casting." And I'm one of the people who says Anna Kendrick should have played Belle in the live-action Beauty and the Beast. She would have been perfectly casted. Will you review Has Been Hotel or ever get into it? I'm not looking to get into it. It just doesn't seem interesting to me. Should you think Anna Kendrick will play movie Amy Rose? She got some decent drama and comedy roles, plus voice acting's under her skirt. I don't know if she will, but if she does, I will be happy. I think that's perfectly fine casting. She can continue her legacy of playing the pink one, while what's his face continues his legacy of playing the blue one. Can you do any funny impressions? Not that I know of. People have said I do a good the Navy SEAL from BoJack Horseman, which I don't want to do because it hurt my throat. Some people have said that my Joseph impression was pretty good. But Dad, some people said my Ray Roy impression was good. I don't know. I always hear myself when I do voices. Will you ever? Okay, if you say, will you ever review something? The chances are there's a large chance that I don't know. I don't plan on ending my career anytime soon. So somewhere down the line, I could talk about it. But if it's in the near future, that's a different question. All right, so that's that. And lenses has been eliminated. Oh, wow. That's a shocker. I didn't expect that. I did not expect lenses to be eliminated. Kind of hurt. Lenses is my favorite episode of Daria. But it's not about the episode, it's about the review. I guess that review just wasn't as good as the other two. Pretty close. Now let's see where those votes for lenses will go. Oh, no. I misspelled parade. I didn't catch it until after I clicked the thing. Oh, well. Hold on. Maybe I can end the... people have already started voting. Oh, well. Okay, it's not a Shady Doorags live stream if we don't get some... If we don't get some power wash in, now is it? All right, did I finish the last job? I don't remember. Was it this one? No, it wasn't this one. I guess it was that one, because that one's 100% done. Yeah, we can do the skate part. For those of you who are new, this is like my go-to game to just give you intellectual something visual to look at. Let me look at that volume. If that is too loud, let me know. When did you decide to wear the shades and do-rags? When I was a teenager, I wore shades and do-rags all the time, and people said that they looked really good on me. That look followed me into college. I wore it I wore it a lot. I actually don't wear it publicly. I don't wear it that much anymore. I usually wear a do-rag after I get my hair cut because I cut it myself and it looks awful. So that's why I wear a do-rag. And shades I don't wear too much anymore, but also I don't go outside too much. Like I don't need to wear shades too much. But then again, when I was in college, I didn't need to wear shades because I wore them all the time. Oh, they actually expect me to get up there. All right, I probably need the ladder. Is the ladder here? Oh, here it is. Do you have a favorite hero or villain in My Hero Academia? I've never seen My Hero Academia. I haven't seen most anime. Most modern anime, I should say. I fell out of anime back in the late 2010s. You wear shades all the time because your future is so bright. Boo. And here I thought you're Jax Briggs fan. Jax Briggs fan. Okay. Well, she just got my perfect ones before last year, and their joy looks cool and practical. It's I don't know if it's my ears or just because I have a big head or what, but it's actually difficult for me to find sunglasses in my size. Do you have a favorite indie show? And if so, what is it? Indie show? I mean, that could range from a lot of things. Like technically my show, the things that come on my channel are indie. I don't know, maybe Death Battle? But if you mean like something with like episodes, like general episodes, nothing I can think of with like traditional episodes. Superpower of choice? My superpower of choice is water manipulation. Think Hydro Man. I would want my body made out of water, and I would want to be able to manipulate it. Yo, Shady, just wanted to say it took me far too long to discover your outro was a Sound of Music reference, but realizing it made me appreciate the channel that much more. Keep up the good work. Hydrokinesis, yes. Well, I would also want my body to be made of water. Like, to be specific. Like I said, Hydro Man. Okay, why does this wall do this? Like, I'm using the most powerful power washer. It should not be this hard to clean it. Do you think Goku taking away the Dragon Balls at the end of GT was a good or bad thing? I mean, it was a good thing because they said if they use the Dragon Balls in GT specifically, if they use the Dragon Balls too much, bad things happen. So they need to find alternatives for it. And the thing is, they still have the Namek Dragon Balls. So but Shady, your body is already made of water. Now my body is 83% or 80, what is it? 80% water. This wall is trolling me. Where's the ladder? There we go. It was that little corner. Gravity control and have like some crazy durability so I could human bullet myself. Like what's his face from Avengers or Mightiest Heroes? Gravitron, I think was his name. Do you like Smiling Friends? And if so, will you review it? I've never seen Smiling Friends. Hey Shady, if you could, you should read Hunter x Hunter. Trust me, it's interesting. Yeah, we were talking about Hunter x Hunter earlier. I cannot see myself getting into manga. Anime, sure, but even still, I need to get back into anime because I fell out of anime. Shady, would you like to be a great body of water, Lake Shady? No, I need consciousness and mobility. I love manga. I used to love manga too. Back in the late 2000s and early 2010s, I was a big manga nut. What is your favorite foreign snack? No, chicken wings don't count. Foreign snack? Chinese donuts are pretty good. Aren't chocolate chip cookies technically Dutch? So you want to be something like Alex Mack. Is that Hydro Man? I don't know. I don't recognize that name. And pull. Okay. And with that, people, Jane's Edition. Jane's Edition, really? Jane's Edition is considered the best Daria video of... I did not see that coming. I would have expected the reverse ranking that's here. But then again, like maybe I just have different taste than you guys because the parade episode, even though I thought it was a really good episode, a really good video, didn't get a ton of views. So maybe people just didn't like my jokes in that one. But that is the winner, and now we move on to the next category, which is doop 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 doop. Put that in there. Which is Filmore. Filmore was the surprise hit of the year. My goodness. I could not believe how much you intellectuals flocked to both of these videos. I was genuinely shocked with that. So there would definitely be more Filmore next year. Uh, 2024. Ah, geez, I can't remember the name of the the Shady 9 episode. I'll just call it Shady 9. There you go. And start. All right. Back to cleaning. Washing the wall, just washing the wall. Washing the wall. Shady, how much money do I need to bribe you with to watch Over the Garden Wall? Well, I don't. I've been meaning to do something like coffee, but like, I don't know. It's just, it's not. I don't consider it bad to get commissioned to do things. It's just not how I want to run the channel. At least not currently. Like, I can see myself changing up in the future, but I don't want people to require. I don't want people to have money for me to pay attention to their requests. Again, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. It's just not how I want to run the channel right now. I can tell you I didn't like the parade episode because you laughed way too much at the honestly unfunny jokes to the point it got. I didn't laugh. The parade episode specifically, I said, I'm not going to laugh. I'm just going to tell you at the parts where I did laugh. I literally only laughed one time in that that video. The rest was just a counter of me saying, I laughed at this moment. How much money would you watch H of a Boss? Well, I've seen H of a Boss. I just am not caught up on it because I didn't like it. What's with you always doing Power Wash Simulator for streams? I do Power Wash Simulator because I have trouble focusing on more than one thing at once. So if I put a game in front of me, I'm going to suck at it. I'm not going to be good at it at all. Because I can either focus on the game or focus on chat. This game, I don't have to focus. There's no timer. There's nothing pressuring me to do anything well. I just can do it and look away. So that's why I often put this game on. If I could find another game where I could do that, I would. But so far, this is the only game I've ever found where I don't have to focus at all on anything. Power Wash is just a good yapping game. Yeah, it is just a good game for just talking. I mainly just play it to give you guys something visually interesting to look at, and also like when my my throat starts getting dry. Okay, is there a way I can gift you a brain humming game? No, I've had this issue before where people are like, I want to gift you a game because I want you to check it out. And I'm like, I would love to check out free games, but I don't want to, I don't want to give out any of my gaming information. Somebody did give me money once to buy a game, and I did buy the game and I did play it. If you were to gift me money for that reason, I would spend the money on that. Though I wouldn't I don't know if I would ever show you that I did. And if you do try to do something like that, it would be better to do it through like PayPal or something, because like PayPal or Patreon or something. Because well, no, not Patreon, because I might not see the message. PayPal would be a better way, because YouTube, when you gift things through YouTube, they take a slight cut of it. Wasn't that the point of the funny counter in that video, though, to make it easier than saying they told a joke and it was funny? That's why I personally didn't mind it. Yeah, like, yeah. I mean, if people are saying they don't like the funny counter, that's fine. But saying like you don't like that I laughed in that video, I'm like, well, I literally didn't laugh in that video. Like that was the whole point of the funny counter, was so that I wouldn't laugh in that video. How would you want to survive a zombie apocalypse? Have it not happen. I'm not looking forward to I don't want a zombie apocalypse to happen. I don't wake up wishing a zombie apocalypse would happen like a lot of nerds. Or rather, geeks, I should say. Thoughts on My Adventures of Superman? I've never seen it, and I'm scared to watch it. I don't want to get mad at superhero stuff, man. I'm so tired of getting mad at superhero stuff. She-Hulk kind of burnt me out. There's only so many times you can watch something that you love just be bad. Some just need an excuse to take out the brainless. Oh. Have you ever thought of reviewing Superman versus the Elite? Yes, I have. Because it promotes a message that I talk about a lot, and a lot of people have said I should talk about it for that very same reason. I've already seen the message about the Hunter x Hunter. Please stop spamming it. I'm pretty sure I responded to one too. Would you do a Two-Face episode? A what? Oh, a I'm like, what is a Two-Face episode? You mean an episode with Two-Face in it, like from Batman? I mean, sure, but like there are very iconic Batman episodes that people want me to talk about when it comes to TAS. A lot of people really want me to talk about Mary Doll. A lot of people really want me to talk about the Harley Quinn episode, Harley's Day Out. You could try to make a video about you. I think that one got a little bit mixed up. That message. Will you do a murder drones review? I don't even know what that is. I am not about to go out and murder drones and review me doing that. Got to prepare for the AI uprising. I have to forget what we're doing. I'm like, wait a second, we're doing a poll here. What's the timer at? I should clarify, I didn't dislike the laugh counter or even you laughing at jokes you find funny. I just cannot stand Daria's overly snarky comments. Sorry for the confusion. Ah, okay. Well, you just disagreed with me then that they were funny. And you probably didn't like that I kept showing them. I love Daria's snarky comments. Absolutely. And that is it for that. Ah! Come back. There we go. That's what I meant to do. The balls are close. And I don't have a say either which way here. I think both of these episodes were pretty good. But you guys seem to prefer the Shady 9. So Shady 9 takes the victor. Oh, seems we've lost quite a bit of people. We've gone from the 100 votes to 60. Yeah, it's getting close to midnight on the East Coast. I mean, they've still got 3 to 4 hours left. All right, but this one will move on to the final. Where am I at? No, the other one. This one. Okay. This one will move on to the finale. And now we will deal with superheroes. So like I said, this was kind of the year of the superheroes, specifically Justice League, but I did review some other superhero stuffs, basically one-shots of superhero shows. Teen Titans only got one episode. Sad day. But because I fulfilled my condition with Teen Titans, and then I wanted to focus on spreading out the superhero-ness of it. But lots of superhero stuff, so we will start with the elimination. What was the best video of 2024? Avengers, Earth's Mightiest Heroes. Oh, that actually fit. Teen Titans, Terra, Ben 10, or Batman, TAS, Mr. Freeze. And goo. There we go. Wait, what? What did I just do? That wasn't what I meant to do. That's what I meant to do. Okay. Are you going to do more Boondocks videos in 2025 or not? The last one was pretty good. I keep trying to get myself to do more Boondocks. I had an Uncle Ruckus script, but I just wasn't feeling it. I was almost at the end of the episode, too, when I just, was just like, I'm just really not feeling this and started working on something else. So I would say no immediate plans, but it's definitely a possibility. I really want, I'm not a nerd, then I realize I'm not just a nut. I'm also a weeaboo who likes board games and weird Lost Media. What? Was it the DNA test episode? DNA test. Hey, Shady, can you rate my dad lore for the year? Okay, these conversations are just weird. I'm not sure what's happening. What's going on, if I'm slipping in and out of an alternate dimension. I am getting really hungry. The internet going out completely messed up my schedule. Yeah, Uncle Ruckus takes one of those 23andMe tests and finds it. Oh, that's what you meant by the DNA episode. Okay. No, it wasn't that episode. It was the his origin story episode where we find out that about his family. Do you have any movie recommendations? Well, it my movie recommendations are dependent on the person. If you like the type of media I like, Transformers 1 is good. The Wild Robot is good. I liked Red 1. Sonic 3 is a fun time. It's not flawless, but it's a fun time. What is your most hated trope in anime besides an abundance of filler? I don't know if abundance of filler is my most hated trope. Mine is double standards of girls always hitting. I was gonna say the girls hitting boys tends to frustrate me the most. Always hitting boys and getting away with it for comedic effect. Like, I think you can make something where somebody always getting hit is funny. I think it's how you approach it that is when it becomes obnoxious. Sakura from Naruto is an example of how to not do it. Just because Sakura doesn't contribute much as a team member for most of Naruto. Like, there are moments where she is essential, but for most of Naruto, she doesn't contribute much. And then she has to, like, Naruto's trying something really hard and she has the gall to hit him. Like, I think when Nami hits Luffy, it's for the most part fine. But I don't know. It's not so much the trope itself as it usually is the execution. But I think that might be my answer, though, because I have been annoyed by that a lot. Did you watch Inside Out 2? Yes, I did. I loved Inside Out 2. I was quite shocked at how much I loved Inside Out 2 because I didn't love Inside Out 1. Like, I liked Inside Out 1, but I didn't love it. Okay, is this all one bench? Yes. Just as a reminder, of anybody who's never played this game before, I'm constantly looking at the top left of the screen to see when something is fully clean or how much cleaning it needs to go. That little blue bar that's slowly filling up that says gallery floor. That's how you tell what you're looking at and how much it needs to be cleaned. The blue circle is for the entire thing. A lot of shonen, in my opinion, is a good example of how not to do slapstick. Yeah. I think Western animation is much better at slapstick. Like, Johnny Bravo gets hurt all the time, and I think it works well in that show. Shady, have me and my commits been annoying you? I think you mean comments. Oh, were you doing the Hunter x Hunter comments? I mean, now that you stopped, no. But like, it's best not to spam things in somebody's chat. How do you think they could do Inside Out 3? Skip ahead to Riley graduating. Like, they could skip ahead quite a bit. They don't have to show us every new emotion Riley gets. They could skip to a point where she's got a lot more emotions. What's your thoughts on Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared? I love Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared, but I've never seen anything past their internet arc. I listen to Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared all the time. And I think the meta lessons they're trying to teach are interesting. Hey, Shady, do you do Minecraft? I have a Minecraft account. I don't really play it because I only find Minecraft interesting when I'm playing with people. And it's easy. I don't want to say I get bored of it easily, but I think I just kind of get overwhelmed with it. Because, like, I'll make all these big plans in my head, and then I'll be like, after I've made them, I'll be like, man, that's so much work. Why do I want to do that? Who is your favorite emotion from Inside Out? Probably disgust. But that's because I tend to be drawn to the stuck-up, typical stuck-up girl characters. I probably shouldn't even say girl characters. It's just the stuck-up character tends to be a girl. I'm drawn to just typical stuck-up characters. What do you think about the cynical modern deconstruction of superheroes? Do you think that the concept can be done well anymore? I have read deconstruction of superheroes that are good. It's just tropes get overdone for their time. Like, this happens with plenty of tropes. The deconstruction of superheroes is just another trope that's being overdone. The Boys wants to do it. Invincible wants to do it. The MCU keeps failing to do it. Freaking Man of Steel, I feel, is the one that started this. Well, this era. People have been deconstructing superheroes. Like, Justice League, you could argue Justice League deconstructed superheroes. Justice League, the animated series, I mean. You could argue that it tried to deconstruct heroes. Okay, now what I remember about these walls is that they're double-sided, right? Yeah. All right, time is up. And the poll. And Avengers, Earth's Mightiest Heroes is the 4th place. A lot of people requested Marvel stuff. I remember that video wasn't that popular. Like, it did okay, but it I don't think it beat the normal threshold I set for videos. X-Men definitely would have been. Like I said that in the video, X-Men would have gotten me way more views. Do you still plan on doing that? Miles Morales is Miles Morales. Well, I don't think I was ever officially planning to do it. I said I've thought about doing it because I'm just so tired of that conversation. When I get tired of a conversation, a lot of times, that's when I make certain videos when I get tired of conversations. That core video was me being tired of the conversation. I was really tired of explaining to people why that opening scene is so bad. There you go. I think it was just wasn't a good idea to only review part one of a two-parter and never follow up on it. I mean, possibly, yeah. But what does that have to do with the initial viewing, though? Like, are more people well, yes, they will, but more people do go back and watch other videos, but I don't think that reflects on the initial numbers of the video. That reflects on more of the overall numbers and revisiting of the video. Because like one video, a lot of people are like, "Oh, Shady, you get numbers on this video." Was the Darkwing Duck video from DuckTales? And I have to tell people like, no, that video originally did really poorly. It's just over time, it gained a lot of views. But that doesn't necessarily reflect on the channel that it's a popular video. So even if I had done a follow-up video to that, it probably would have gotten more views over time because people would have been curious about the first video. But it not getting views initially shows that I currently don't have an audience that's that curious about that in general in the first place. Any goals for the new year? Yes, get out of my comfort zone for videos. Finish losing this weight. I gained a lot of weight over the holidays, but I didn't gain all of it back. So I want to finish losing this weight that I'm on for that's on me. 300,000 subs, which was also my goal for 2024. Sadly, did not meet it, but you know I think I got 60K subs this year. It's a pretty good haul. So I think we could definitely get 300K before the end of next year. And of course, there are certain videos that I want to make. What's your favorite anime? My favorite anime is Yu Yu Hakusho. Detective Conan, though Digimon could give it a run for its money. What do you think about Squirrel Girl? I have no thoughts on Squirrel Girl. Did you watch the Game Awards? No, I did not. Any Digimon series in particular you like, Shady? Well, I like the first 4 seasons. My order of favorite is, I want to say, the order that it's 1, 2, 4, 3. But I think Tamers is objectively the best. I just don't like Tamers as much as I like the other 3. And I've seen 5, but I vehemently hate Data Squad. I've only ever seen the first season of Digimon and a little bit of season 2, but they removed it from Netflix. Well, the weird thing about Digimon is that the seasons are very different from each other. Like season 1 and season 2 have a pretty similar vibe. Season 3 is where things just get like really crazy in terms of like tone shifting. And then season 4 goes back to a similar tone of season 1 and season 2. And then season 5 comes and just wrecks everything. Any anime fan rivalries you think will never disappear? Fan rivalries? I'm not sure what you mean by that. You mean like One Piece fan versus Dragon Ball Z fans or something? Oh, I think that's fair. I think Tamers is objectively the best as well, and it might be my favorite as an adult, but as a kid, it was definitely Adventure 1. Adventure 2 was my favorite as a kid, but that's because it was the first one I saw. Once I saw Adventure 1, it instantly became my favorite. But Tamers just has so much really, really good character development and a bunch of different arcs. Fun fact, Shady, Melissa Fawn also did one Digimon. I'm not sure who Melissa Fawn is. I don't know anything about anime. Like I've seen a lot of anime when I was a kid, but like if you try to talk to me about authors or artists or anything like that, I'm not gonna know anything. Famous is just good. It's also by far the darkest Digimon in the series. Yep, I agree. Though Data Squad tried to be dark because Digimon actually die in Data Squad. But I don't know why they I don't know why they try to act like that, because Digimon died in Adventure 1 and in Tamers. I remember there was a part that really ticked me off in Data Squad when one of the characters were like, "Oh, this Digimon died," and one of the tamers said, "Wait, what? They died? That doesn't make sense. Digimon aren't supposed to die. They just get turned into data." And then Marcus gets really mad at the other tamer for saying that. And I'm like, dude, he's asking a question. Like, I hate Marcus so much. I really detest Marcus. He's such an awful character. Have you ever watched Epic the Musical? Epic the Musical? No, I have not. I've seen Epic the Movie, but not the musical. What are your thoughts on the Pokemon anime? So when I was a kid, I was obsessed with the Pokemon anime. So much so that my parents banned me from it. So I only got to see the first series with the first 150. I loved it, but because I spent so much time away from Pokemon, like, I don't have much to say about the series as a whole. I have the guilty pleasure of liking Digimon Frontiers. I like Frontiers. I don't think it's like good, but I like it. I think it has I think Frontiers probably has the best lore, the best transformation sequences, and probably the best opening, English dub opening. Poor Leomana always gets gone. Also, season 1 and 2 are a TV show in Tamers. Yep, Tamers is supposed to take place in our world. Digimon Data Squad is the worst series of Digimon, though I think Digimon is better than Pokemon, less stagnant and more appealing to more people, I think. I would say Pokemon is more appealing to more people. Pokemon is more generic in terms of who it appeals to. Digimon is very adventure and unless you're talking about Tamers, in which case it's very sci-fi. Okay, that's it. Polls are closed. And the loser is Ben 10. Whew. I honestly did not expect Tara to get this far. But Ben 10 has lost. Ben 10 is the third place for the best superhero video of the year. And that's quite shocking. I do remember that Tara video not doing too well. Okay, this will be the last one for this category. Is the best Shady Doorags superhero show. Superhero video, geez. Of 2024. Oh, I forgot to move the freaking game. Okay, this is what it looks like. I forgot to move the game to show you guys. All right, back to the game. I think Pokemon is more driven by the games than anything else. No games, no anime. True. The Digimon did do a cool thing where it connected its game to the show. I think Tamers tries too hard to be realistic and sad, and it just ends up being melodramatic and dull. Besides Beelzemon, he was cool. I disagree. I think it does wind up being melodramatic, but I think that's part of the reason why so many people love it. Favorite Digimon, Angemon. Favorite Pokemon, a tie between Eevee and what's that? Vulpix? Vulpix. Because I like foxes. Are you ever going to do MLP analysis? I reviewed MLP long ago, but that was back before I did these intricate reviews. No, MLP was one of the first intricate reviews I did. It just had horrible quality. K Wright 17, thank you very much for the 199. 2024 went by fairly smoothly, if I do say so myself. 2024 wasn't my best year ever, but I can't call it a bad year. Like most of the numbers on the channel are still good. They're not as good as I wanted them to be, but they're still good. And that's even better news when you consider I released less videos than I did last year. Last year, I think I released like 31 videos or something, and this year is only in the 20s. So the fact that most of my numbers are up is pretty good. I think the only number that's not up for me is my subscriber count. My subscriber count is a lot lower than it was last year. As in, how many subscribers I earned, not how many subscribers I have. Can you dive into a little bit of your scripting process? If you want to know something specific, let me know. What I do is I watch, I get an idea of something I want to review. Then I watch that thing. I watch it just by itself. Then I watch it again while writing a script. And how I do my scripts is I try to do an intro. I always try to do an intro and explain why I'm reviewing the thing I'm reviewing. I go through each scene, and every time I have something to say about the scene, I say it, but I try to balance it out with I try to balance it out basically. Like if I feel like I'm doing too much summarizing, I try to throw in a joke, or a clip or things like that. And then I try to end it with my overall thoughts. And I try to make sure with my ending, I try to make it clear what things actually influence my opinion. Because I'm a nitpicky person. I notice nitpicks in everything I review, but that doesn't necessarily mean I think poorly of the thing. That's why it's so weirdly serious and dramatic. Oh, yeah, jumped into the conversation again. Did you ever watch Code Lyoko? Yes, I did watch Code Lyoko. Fun show, amazing theme song. One thing I love to do, I don't know if you guys have ever tried this. If you haven't, try it, is watch old commercials from when I was a kid. Like there's plenty of YouTube videos of commercials from the 2000s, commercials from the 90s, etc. Like go out and find them, and you'd be surprised how entertaining they are. Because it's like as a kid, you did not want to watch that stuff, but as an adult, you're like, man, I watched this so many times. It brings back so many memories. Random question: are you a cat person or a dog person? I don't know if I have a preference. I love both cats and dogs. Hey, this floor is not clean. There it is. Do you enjoy watching abridged shows? Yes, I watch all of Team 4 Stars abridged stuff. I'm still watching their whatchamacallit, their Home for Infinite Losers. I watched Sword Art Online abridged, which a lot of people keep asking me to review, and I'm like, why? Why do you want me to review an abridged show? And I guess it's just because Sword Art Online tries really hard to make the caricatures characters. K-Rice17, thank you very much. Have you watched Bakugan Battle Brawlers? Bakugan? No, I never watched Bakugan. And what might be my favorite abridged is Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged. It really sucks that it takes Little Karibo so long to make them because he's like just such a funny guy, but you know, he's got medical stuff going on. Shady, someday you could cover Disney's Robin Hood. Perhaps. I was thinking about covering Snow White, just because that controversy with Rachel Zegler happened, kind of made me want to talk about Snow White. I also really want to cover Mary Poppins. Like, not the entire movie Mary Poppins, but a specific concept about Mary Poppins. Favorite 90s show? Favorite 2000 show? Well, Avatar came out in the 2000s, and that's my favorite show of all time. Favorite 90s show? Did Ed, Edd n Eddy come out in the 90s? I don't think it did. I think Ed, Edd n Eddy was a 2000 show. Probably Spider-Man the Animated Series, but the 90s is a difficult one for me because while I was alive, I was very, very young. So a lot of things I don't have the best memories of. What is your least favorite classic Disney animated movie? Classic? Probably Lady and the Tramp. I'm not a big fan of Lady and the Tramp. K-Wright 17, thank you once again. I think you would enjoy Bakugan. How do you know? And you know what my tastes are. Where are you getting this information from? Do you believe the theory that Mary Poppins and It are in the same universe? It? No. If you were to cover a movie, would you make it a multi-part video or stick to a single topic in said movie? I do not like turning things into multi-part videos. I really don't. So it would probably stick to a single thing in the movie. That would, if I actually did like talking about, if I was actually fine with making multiple part videos, I would probably cover a lot more broader topics. But at the same time, like when I get a specific topic in my head, because, you know, I've done multiple BoJack Horseman videos on different topics, so. And I also did that with Encanto, where I made 2 different videos. All right, and we have finished that up, that category up with Batman TAS. That was an expected result, though I did not expect Tara to make it as far as she did. I did expect Batman to win, though, because, you know, it's Batman. So many people were asking for Batman. So Batman, you get to go on to the final round. Right there, that one. All right, that's 6. Voice just cracked there. That's 6 categories. We got 2 more to go. Next is the unorthodox category. This was the one where the other 2 Avatar videos were in. And I had to move them because I needed 8 categories. So we have the Batman reaction video and the vote video. What is the best unorthodox Shady Doorags video of 2024. Unorthodox. Did I spell that wrong? No, I spelled it right. Twitter just doesn't recognize it as a word. Reaction to Batman premiere, which, yes, a lot of people told me that was not the series premiere. Goo. What's your thoughts on llamas with hats? Oh, that's a series. Wait, I keep forgetting to show you guys what I'm doing. I just keep going to adjust the thing. Okay, so Batman 1, yes. And then this is the new category. What is your thought on llamas with hats? See, I saw that and I'm like, why would I have thoughts on llamas with hats? And then I realized you're talking about the show. I don't have any thoughts on llamas with hats. If you could put Ben 10 in DC or Marvel, which would you choose? Ben 10? I think he more so fits the DC scheme. Would you rather live in a Family Guy's world, Rick and Morty's world, South Park's world, or Boondocks world? Well, we technically do live in the Boondocks world. The Boondocks, because you don't really, like, the Boondocks isn't that far off from our world. I mean, Rick and Morty I would be fine living in if Rick was an ally of mine, but not so close to an ally that I would need to worry about my life. Because then Rick could make my life way easier. Hey, Shady, when will be the next video on the Royal of the Incline? The what? The next video? Have I done a video on that? What are your thoughts on David First's work? I do not know who that is. You playing Marvel Rivals, Shady? No, I'm not playing any modern game. The closest modern game I've played is Fallout 4. Well, actually, no. Yeah, is it Fallout? Yeah, Fallout 4. I was gonna say Doom 2016 also. Royal of the King of the Hill. Wow. Yeah, joke didn't hit me. Joke completely went over my head. I mean, it'll be here. You guys kind of shocked me because King of the Hill numbers were not doing as well as the Justice League numbers. So I was like, oh, the Justice League is like the new popular show on the channel. It's like the king of the channel now. But then the Justice League numbers started going down and the King of the Hill numbers started going up. I was like, okay, I guess King of the Hill is number one again. I mean, those two are definitely the kings of the show, but it's teetering on which one is bigger. Though Filmore could come in and take their places. Again, Filmore is very shocking how much you guys want to see episodes of that. Would you ever review the King of the Hill episode, Bill, Bulk, and Body Buddies? Yes, I would. I love that episode. My family used to meme that episode all the time. What are your thoughts on Tunic the game? Okay, if you're asking me about games, like modern games, I'm probably not going to have an opinion. Because I just don't play them. I want to play them. I want to get back into gaming, but I just don't play them. Like I said, the most modern game I've played recently is Fallout 4 or Doom 2016, whichever one came out first. Well, I guess Frostpunk is probably more modern than one of them. I don't know when Frostpunk came out. I did play Frostpunk, and I sucked at it. I was very bad at Frostpunk. I still have it. But Frostpunk 2 came out recently. Prince John, you cowardly cobra, you're procrastinating python, aggravating asp, you eel in snake's clothing. Absolutely hilarious, dude. Oh, wow, I got lost there for a second. Shady, you know what would make a good movie video? The Injustice movie. That one was a stinker. Really? I did not know that people didn't like the Injustice movie. Because one guy in my chat said it was a stinker, I now assume all the internet hates it. You ever play Spyro the Dragon for the PS1 or Game Boy? Yes. The first Spyro is the only game I've ever... Well, I played Spyro 2, but barely. But Spyro 1 I've beaten many times. I have it on Steam. I have the Spyro trilogy on Steam, but I only played Spyro 1. Wait, is this wall the same as this wall? Oh, yeah. Do you have any funny stories with Uno? With Uno? Not with Uno specifically, no. The last Uno game I played, I almost won. I had a handful of draw fours, and then somebody played a card that made you switch hands with the person next to you, and I lost because they just played all of my draw fours. Favorite jerk character? Off the top of my head, Chloe Bourgeois. Thoughts on Under the Red Hood? It's a fine movie. It's probably a movie I could see myself reviewing because the whole should Batman kill conversation is constantly going on Twitter. And that is a movie that portrays it really well. I hope I don't upset you for asking this, but would you ever review the King of the Hill episode where Buddhasack first comes out? I asked because Bobby made some jokes and you said nothing was safe from comedy. Ugh. Hold on, I gotta take my glasses. I gotta take these earphones off for a sec. Ugh. Something's giving me a headache. I don't know if it's the glasses or the earphones or what. I don't have any qualms with reviewing that episode. I think it has a good message. In the poll. And Batman Reaction has won. I had no idea what was going to win that one. Hence the unorthodox of the category. But yeah, I have no problem with the message in that or the jokes in there. None of the jokes in that particular episode are really offensive to me. All right, intellectuals, we have reached the last category, which is... I mean, should be pretty obvious at this point. The best Christmas video. What was the best Christmas video of this year? And 2 of the 3 Christmas videos are superhero videos. I'm not sure if I'm going to do Christmas videos next year. Because like it's fun to like theme things around. It's fun to get a specific theme, but like the Christmas theme doesn't show to have any change on the channel. And so, a lot of ways, it feels like I'm forcing myself to do something. It's like, oh, I gotta find something that's Christmassy and talk about that. Batman, Brave and the Bold, DuckTales, Danny Phantom. And I did it again. I did it again. You guys can't see the thing. I keep doing it. That's... Oh my goodness gracious. Based on only half the people ever voting here, not surprising the video didn't win. Not too far behind though. That's another Prince John quote. Okay, so this is where we're at. Hopefully I can remember to show you guys the thing. And now back to power washing. Okay, we are 58% done with this course. Wait, I can't. That's in my way. There, now I can see it. Would you rather live in Gumball's world, Chowder's world, Adventure Time world, or regular show world? Not Adventure Time. I can tell you that right now. Probably Chowder's world. Like, Chowder's world seems to have the least amount of problems. And there's a lot of interesting foods in Chowder's world. But yeah, like I was saying, I'm not sure if I'm going to do Christmas next year. Like, in all honesty, like, I've been memeing it for years now that I don't do holiday videos at a specific time. In all honesty, the reason why I don't do that is just because I don't like to be bogged down by that specific criteria. And the Christmas videos like this year kind of showed me that. Because it really felt like I was forcing myself to make those videos. I think if I wasn't trying to do Christmas stuff, the only one of those videos I would have made was Danny Phantom, but it would have been of a different episode. Just because I was really trying to force myself to do something Danny Phantom related. Just to break past the barrier. Because I was working on a script for the Sam thing and I just couldn't get it going. I was like, do something Danny Phantom just to get it out. But the thing is, it's kind of it's fun to work with criterias like that because you get creative, you know, like with the red background and the green highlights and stuff. That was a fun creative thing to do. Calling myself creative, patting myself on the back there. What is a line a bully character would have to cross until you no longer like them? That's a difficult one because there are bully characters I don't like and there are bully characters I do like, but I'm honestly not sure where the line is specifically. Is the same true for videos on other holidays? Like, the reason I was willing to do Christmas was because I love Christmas. Like I absolutely love Christmas, and you can easily find holiday Christmas videos. All right, Jill can see you around. Oh, well, that would explain it. How about a review of Incredibles? I could stomach a review of The Incredibles. My favorite Pixar movie. In which the DC Earth City, except Metropolis, would you except Metropolis? Some rural city where supervillains would not attack. Definitely not Gotham. Yo, I have been watching for a month. This stream? I imagine some people have been watching this stream since last month. Ah! Have you done any videos on Invincible? No, I have not, because I don't feel like I have anything to say about Invincible. What about Central City? Yeah, I guess Central City would be a fine place to live. Yeah, Central City's pretty good. Something on here is very dirty, and I'm not easily seeing it. Who is your favorite member of the Guardians of the Galaxy? Probably Mantis. At that rate, they should make the 4 a year joke. Ah, ha, ha, ha. 2.5 hours to go here on the East Coast. I'm hoping to finish this stream before the East Coast hits their New Year's, but we'll see. Why you don't finish? There must be something obvious. Yep, under here. There we go. Okay, so this time I remembered. We're going back to the actual thing so you guys can see what I'm doing. And that's the end of the poll. And, oh, Danny Phantom loss? Oh, that's sad. That is sad. And so far, DuckTales is taking the lead. All right, this will be the last of the minor categories, or the categories, I should say. Boop-a-doop-a-doo. What is the best Christmas Shady Doorags Christmas video of 2024? Batman, Raven the Bold, DuckTales, Hoopa-Doopa-Doop, and go. I will say of these three, I think the Danny Phantom has the best thumbnail. Like, I think that's one of the best thumbnails I've ever made. I was very satisfied with that thumbnail. I like the idea of the Ghost Truce. It's a bit like the Civil War Truce. In regards to liking it, I like the Ghost Truce. In fact, I love that the ghosts all came together and helped Danny at the end. But in regards to believability, I don't believe any of those ghosts would hold that truce. I mean, Poindexter I can believe. But not Ember and Skulker. You know, Shady, DC Superhero Girls G2 concluded with TTG Mayhem in the multiverse, and they implying that Kara, Supergirl, stronger than Clark because, quote, she's still got untapped potential. Yeah, there's a lot of things when Supergirl got redid that I like to say, oh, she could possibly become more powerful than Superman because she's a teenager and she's still going through metabolism stuff. And I'm like, I mean, you could say that, but none of them ever follow through on it. Because one of the big things about DC is that Superman is just among superheroes. He is the superhero among superheroes. Would you rather live in Invincible's world or Harley Quinn show's world, the Venture Bros world, or the Boys world? Well, only one of those shows I actually know. The rest I didn't really watch. Dead air. Broadcasters fear it. Shady embraces it. No, I'm just awful at streaming. I don't do well without a script. I don't do well live. This is why I need to like edit everything. Like if you've ever seen my second channel, you know there's a lot of editing in my Let's Plays. I don't embrace it. I just accept that it happens because I suck at this at this particular part of the job. Would you rather live in an invincible world or boss's world? Probably Invincibles, but again, just keep me away from the action. Well, no, like boss's world. I don't know. I'm sticking with my answer. Both of those worlds suck. Where's my ladder? Have I not been using... Wow, I have not been using this ladder the whole time. Would you rather live in Naruto's world or One Piece world? Probably One Piece. Like, I've seen a lot of peaceful places in the One Piece world. Naruto everywhere seems to be chaotic. Like, there is plenty of chaos in the One Piece world, but I've also seen just, like, peaceful villages and hotels and stuff where bad stuff doesn't happen too often. Would you rather have Digimon or Pokemon be real? Probably Pokemon, because, like, Digimon are cool, but they are weapons of mass destruction walking around. Like, you do have your weapons of mass destruction versions of Pokemon, but not nearly as much as Digimon. Would you rather be roomies with SpongeBob, Plankton, or Mr. Krabs, or Pearl? I don't see the downside of being roomies with SpongeBob. Like, if he does something annoying, you can just tell him it's annoying, please don't do that, and he'll listen. I remember this specific railing being a very big pain. Okay, this time, remember, so bring it up. And the pole. And with 53%, DuckTales takes it. DuckTales was the best Christmas video on the channel this year. And we have, at last, reached the finale. As soon as there we go, move this. All right, I gotta switch this to here. Yep, here we go. We have reached the finale, and we are going to, you guys, are going to vote for the best video of the channel of the year as soon as I finish setting it up. Now that I have the final contestants. Doop-a-doop-a-doop. Let's see, how interesting can we make this? Oh, I'm doing that dead air thing again, aren't I? Okay, I think I've got a good setup for the finale. Ba-ba-da, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. All right. We have reached the final showdown. The best of the best, according to you intellectuals. So now we will start round one. This is elimination process. You don't get the most votes, you don't move on to round two. So we will start at the top. This one, here we go. Which video is better? Patriot Act or DuckTales Christmas? Starting now. We'll stick to 10 minutes for now, but I might shorten these to 5 minutes. All right, and I'll see if I can finish up that level. So we're almost done. We're 80% clean. Shady looking clean. Shady looking good. Clean trim. Thank you. Did it myself. I'm good at shaving, awful at cutting hair. No Starfire, no Raven in the in rounds. How am I supposed to vote in this with no waifus involved? Glad to see somebody still remembers that. We had that big thing last year where a lot of people were just voting for their waifus. They didn't care about the actual videos. What place do you think would be more dangerous to live in? Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends or the DCAU? What? How is that a contest? Foster's Home is not dangerous because even though, yes, people can imagine dangerous things, the people in that world are not capable of doing so. They don't have that type of imagination. Whereas DCAU has the Joker, who is capable of torturing you and will torture you. Would you rather be roomies with Mordecai and Rigby or Finn and Jake? Easy. I detest Mordecai and Rigby. I detest them. Like, that's why it was so hard for me to get into a regular show, because Mordecai and Rigby annoyed me so much. I'm constantly watching them like, it's not that hard to just do your job. Just came in. Since when did you get new shades? Well, these technically aren't new. I've had these shades for years, but I've never worn them on stream because my official Shady Durag shades broke. So I just grabbed my other pair that I actually wear. These I only wore for Shady Durags. These pair I actually wear like outside when I go places. Last I saw last year, you were just Durags because you broke them. Oh, yeah. I guess I should have finished reading your message before I answered the question. I have that problem when I'm researching for D&D. Like, I'll read the first part of a spell, and then I'll get really upset about a detail that they clarify later in the spell. Like, a lot of people told me, like, oh, I felt like I was Mordecai and Rigby. That's why I loved the show. And I was like, that just made me facepalm. I put my lady onto you and I kept calling you Doorags. Your lady onto me. What? Shady, would you rather have super speed, but you can't turn it off, or flight, but you fly at 5 miles and not flight? I mean, 5 miles an hour is pretty slow. Wait, it kind of depends if I would be exerting energy, because if I'm not exerting energy, flight would still be more useful. Like, super speed, but you can't turn it off is not useful to me. The Foster's home has a cage full of dangerous imaginary friends like kaiju-type monsters. That's the teenage monsters. And they're not that dangerous. Like, they can eat things, yes, but the fact that the teenagers can control them... Well, not control them, but use them, I should say. Super speed, and you can't turn it off. Sounds like an ironic punishment in Flash. That's one of Flash's big fears. Well, depending on which Flash you're talking about. The Justice League DCAU Flash, that's one of his big fears. Constantly moving so fast and never being able to slow down. But I remember there was one comic where Flash was like, he was talking to somebody and they said something, they were complaining about something, and he said, "Do you know how hard it is for me to slow down just to have this conversation?" You can straight up make your own waifus as your imaginary friend. Someone did with Frankie. I never saw that episode. Like, I hear about it, the episode with the imaginary Frankie, but I never saw it. $40K or SCP universe. I don't know anything about either of those universes. Is there any fictional food that you want to try? There's a lot of fictional foods I want to try. As a kid, I really wanted to try Scooby Snacks. I don't anymore as an adult because I know they're dog biscuits. But as a kid, I didn't know that. I always wanted to try pork butts from Cow and Chicken, a Krabby Patty. This one isn't fictional food, but it was a food in fiction. That pizza from a Goofy movie. The candy from Jimmy Neutron. The fourth flavor from Kiss Next Door. The imaginary Frankie isn't a comic. Oh, okay. That's probably why I've never actually seen the episode. Because it doesn't exist. You don't use energy when running, but you use a lot when fly. Like, flying 5 miles make you super sleepy. Why would I want that? Even still, flying would still be better. Because, like, if you just fly around your house. Hey, Shady, do you have any home remedies for the cold or flu? Water. That's my home remedy for literally everything. Just drink lots of water. Flush it out of your system. When are they going to start the new King of the Hill episodes? I don't know. I do not follow that. And the winner is Patriot Act. Patriot Act has defeated DuckTales, so it moves on. Next up. Why is that capitalized? Uncapitalize it. There you go. What do you think would win a dance-off? Earth's Mightiest Heroes Avengers or DCAU Justice League? DCAU Justice League has Batman, so they would win. I demand more witty remarks. If we were face to face, I would be better at them. I'm good at reading a crowd and bouncing off a crowd. With a camera, it's a bit trickier. I know the intention is that both Goofy and Max are equally at fault for the conflict of the movie, but who do you blame more personally? Goofy. Because Goofy should have talked to Max before any of that happened. Communication is the key to any relationship. Romantic, familial, platonic, whatever. If you don't communicate when something's wrong, you are largely at fault. And Max tried to communicate to Goofy too, and Goofy just shut him down. The floor itself, of course. Fun box. Oh, fun box. Small and square and dark. Fun box. Oh, fun box. Check out these color locks. Yay! Never heard of Daria before coming across your channel. I heard you talking about it. Really entertaining. That's so weird to me. I talked about this earlier, but it's just weird to me that people are like, yeah, I never heard of Daria before talking to you. Not because I know of Daria, but because I feel like I'm a noob to Daria. I did not watch Daria growing up. I heard about it, and I was like, you know, that sounds like a pretty fun show. Yes, but he chose to try to control the situation rather than talk to Max about his feelings. Yep. Oh my goodness, this floor. I probably heard about Filmore, but never really knew about it before your reviews. That's also another one. I'm definitely a noob at Filmore. That's one I need to just buckle down and watch. It's only like 2 seasons. It's very, very fast watch. Any food hot takes? I boil chicken. I break noodles before boiling them. And I put them in the water before the water boils. Yeah, they made this floor. Wait, there we go. It was to say gate 2 rails. Gate 2 rails and walls. Oh, I know where this needs cleaning. Ladder. Yep. Gate. You know what? I'm gonna make the gate the last thing. Where's the rail? Would you do a review of TMNT 2012? Possibly. It's not off the table. You should be able to bring up a full list of highlight what's missing. Yeah, but that's cheating. I never do that, and I never use show dirt. No, wow. I just accidentally pressed show dirt. I was trying to rotate it. I couldn't remember what button it was. Yay. Were you a CN, Nick, or Disney Channel kid? I watched all 3, but CN was at the top of my list. Job complete. Yee. All right. So we're going to put that away. And we're going to come back here. You can go away now. I'm done with you. Whew. What are your thoughts on the third Sonic movie with Keanu Reeves? I had fun watching it. I saw it. It was a fun time. Still had plot holes just like all the other Sonic movies. Shady, the show dirt button is a normal function in the game. It is okay to use it. You don't need to torture yourself with pixel hunting. Nope. Show dirt button is for cowards. I've beaten the entire adventure mode already, so. All right. Only been streaming 4 hours. Ooh. Oh, it's getting close. All right. Jane's Edition has beat out Cora's introduction scene. Would not expect that, but sometimes the voters that show up are the ones who determine the winner. Actually, that's always. That's literally always the case. All right, so I'm going to reduce the time down to 5 minutes. I think we've gotten to the point where everybody can vote fairly quickly. Let's start the next one. Which video was better? Batman, Mr. Freeze, or to Red Claw? There you go. And I will just answer questions because I don't want to start another level. We want time to finish it. How did you feel about the new Superman trailer? I was hopeful, but like I don't think it's guaranteed to be a good movie. Did you prefer the more serious Daria episodes, or did you like the goofy ones like the Hurricane and Holiday Island? I preferred the more serious ones. My next Daria review is more than likely going to be Daria the musical. And you'll see exactly how I felt about that one. But I can tell you right now, a episode I'll probably never review is the one with the holidays. I hated that episode. What do you mean the voters that don't show up never determine the winner? I mean, you'd be shocked how many people don't think that. Core introduction was my favorite video of yours all year, or at least tied with the Filmore was. It was one of the most popular videos of the year. It's just that the people who would have voted for it didn't vote. So, but it was definitely one of the most popular videos of the year. I was very shocked. I've said this multiple times throughout the stream tonight, but I was very shocked at how well Cora did, and it has shown me that I can go outside the box and still be successful. You the real Slim Shady? No, I'm fat. I know what you mean because there's fewer here now to vote. It's just funny. Yeah. Do you think Mystic Spyro should change their name? I think Mystic Spyro should break up. You made an unintentional pun by saying you're hopeful for the new Super. No. Well, I was well aware of the pun going in. I can't really say it was intentional, but I wasn't oblivious to it. Like, before I even said the sentence. Thick shit? No, I'm not thick. I'm fat. There is a difference. It doesn't look it because I have broad shoulders, and from the neck up, I'm pretty good features from the neck up. But if I ever took off my shirt on stream, y'all would unsubscribe so fast. Shady looking thin, looking good. Actually, I've gained a lot of weight because of the holidays. But I plan to lose it fairly quickly over the next couple of months. I've got an exercise regime that should shred the pounds pretty quickly. What TV show do you think deserves a revival? Reboot. They tried to revive it, but they did an awful job at it. Fat or pH fat? Regular fat. I am regular fat. I am obese. If you were Russian, your name would be Shadinsky I can't even pronounce that. Who else is voting for the ones you want to lose, so the one you want to win has a better chance? Long live CT9. Wait, long live CT9. Oh, Satty9. The Satty9. Oh, you're voting for... Have you ever thought of doing videos on Code Lyoko? I have, but I'm not in a rush to do so. Shady is notoriously big. I mean, I'm notoriously tall. Every time I'm like, I'm 6'7", people are like, you're 6'7"? What are your thoughts on movies or TV adaptations of video games? I think right now those are becoming the new trend of movies, the really big trend of movies. Hopefully we will see them improve in the plot area, because the only one that had a good plot was Arcane season 1, and season 2 dropped the ball. Sonic and Mario don't have good plots. It's just they respect the source material, which is all people want from these types of movies right now. But eventually they're going to want more. Is that hyperbole, or are you genuinely 6'7"? I round up, so I'm technically 6'6.5", but I round up to 6'7". Yes, I am that tall. All right, and with the end of that, woo, down to 42 votes. We have lost some people, unless some people are actually checking in every 10 minutes and just barely making it. What? He reduced it to 5? That's not fair. But the Mr. Freeze video has succeeded. Which video is better? What was that? I still can't remember what that episode was called with Boomhauer. I can remember the other one that didn't win, Patch Boomhauer. Do you think D&D Tomb of Horror would be adapted as a TV episode or movie? I think it could be, but I've never played the Tomb of Horror, so... The only thing I know about Arcane is the IBI.mp4 made a video called Arcane and the Dangerous Snow Bunny's Mind Control about it. Oh, like I said earlier, I thought season 1 was a masterpiece, 10 out of 10. I think all shows of similar venue should strive to be like Arcane season 1, but season 2 really dropped the ball. Season 2 started prioritizing a lot of emotional things that people wanted to see instead of making sure the story was tight. The pacing was awful. The pacing was like the worst part of season 2. I have no idea how much time passed in season 2. They kept jumping around through montages and time skips. It was very disorienting. Hey Shady, who do you think is the most broken villain in DC Comics, Marvel, or Disney, or Cartoon Network? Well, Cartoon Network has things with toon logic, so anything with toon logic is going to be broken. Same with Disney. Disney also has things with toon logic. Arcane might be a very good show, but it's also a League of Legends show, so I am not watching it out of principle. I mean, an Arcane fan is very different from a League of Legends fan. A lot of Arcane fans go to League of Legends expecting some type of similar atmosphere, and they get something very different. Who is your favorite superhero, anime character, and video game character? My favorite superhero is Spider-Man. He is my favorite fictional character of all time. My favorite anime character, I'm going to say, is Conan Edogawa, but, well, no, hold on. I like, I can't remember her name. Shinichi is a much better. That's why I was like, why did I say Conan? Because I consider in my brain Conan and Shinichi to be two different people. Shinichi is my favorite character, but that could easily change because that's just off the top of my head. Video game character. Cremia from Majora's Mask. Specifically Cremia. Not Milan, not Romani, specifically Cremia. Are you a shipper? And if you are, who do you ship? I am a shipper. My ships rarely work out. I shipped Katara and Zuko, didn't work out. I shipped Tai and Sora, didn't work out. I shipped TK and Kari, didn't work out. I shipped Marco and Kelly, didn't work out. I shipped Daria and Ted, didn't work out. What is your favorite dinosaur? I don't know a ton about dinosaurs, so I'm very basic. See, I want to say the Velociraptor, but the raptors that I know are the ones from the movies. They don't look like actual raptors. These are awesome choices, and as a Spider-Man fan, what's your honest take on MJ as a character? I don't have much memory reading about Mary Jane. The times before she was married to Peter, she was very dramatic, and she had a dramatic childhood, so kind of made sense. But after she was married to Peter, she was like one of the best characters in his life because she was constantly supportive of him. I got really annoyed when after Ultimate Spider-Man finished up, they were just like, oh, no, she was like practically done with Peter. Because to me, it just felt like another moment for the writers to just wail on Peter. Sadie 9 is victorious. Very, I shouldn't say it's a surprising thing because Filmore did really, really well. And these are our final 4 contestants. Who will take the crown? Ba-ba-ba-bum. Okay, which video was better? Patreon Act or Jane's Edition? Very, very shocked to have seen Jane's Edition make it this far. Did not expect that. I did not even expect Jane's Edition to make it to the final round. I mean, but it's not like Jane's Edition was a bad video. It's a pretty good video. Shady, you once said you wanted Toph and Suki to end up together. What? No, I didn't. I have never said that. I can tell you, I have never in my life said I wanted Toph and Suki to end up together. I'm guessing you're joking and I'm just not catching up on the tone. But I get a lot of people saying, oh, Shady, you once said this, and it's something I've never said. And I know I've never said it because I never would say it. How would you have done Star versus season 3 and 4 finale? I don't know if you can really fix the finale because season 4 is just so fundamentally broken. And season 3 made a lot of mistakes too. Like I probably would I would have done more with forgetting her name. The other queen. The other butterfly, the one that history said was evil. I would have done more with making her appear evil. Like there was one thing in Star that really annoyed me. Moon and why could I not remember that lady's name? Moon and the other butterfly, the one that history said was evil. Moon and her were doing a mission, and then Moon gets knocked out unconscious, and then she wakes up, and the other one, Meteora's mom. Meteora's mom is who I'm talking about. Eclipsa, thank you. Eclipsa, Meteor and Eclipsa are doing a mission, and Moon and Eclipsa are doing a mission. Moon still doesn't trust Eclipsa. Moon gets knocked out, and she wakes up and Eclipsa's there. This is during a time where Eclipsa is not supposed to go somewhere and do something. And they had a perfect setup to have Eclipsa do something while Moon was knocked out, but appear innocent. And they didn't do anything with it. They just had Moon get knocked out and then have Eclipsa wake her up. I was like, that was a perfect chance for her to do something like backstabby. They should have done something more with Eclipsa, like being tempted to do wrong. She didn't have to flat out be evil, but they should have just not had her be like just so good as she was. I also just the Star and Marco ship should have just died when they did the curse, when they revealed it was a curse. At that point, it should have just died. Because that meant at that point it could never be trusted. Everything that happened before they broke the curse, you have to say was the fault of the curse. And they didn't want to. And then everything after that point just feels hollow. If you had to choose between the Lich from Adventure Time, Bradford, and 2017 DuckTales, Bradford from 2017 DuckTales, or Hades from Disney's Hercules, who would you say is the more calculating, scary, and or evil? Bradford is not scary or evil at all. Or, well, he is evil, but he's not scary. I would more so calculate him as cowardice. I don't even think he's that calculating. I haven't seen Adventure Time, so I can't say anything about the Lich. Hades is pretty calculated. He's pretty schemy. Like, if you watch Hercules, Hades isn't just randomly doing his plan. He plans it for years, and he gets all the monsters that Hercules is defeating throughout Zero to Hero, those are monsters that Hades is preparing to take with him in his uprising. But Hercules is in the way, so he has to send them after Hercules. Otherwise, the uprising will never happen. My mic is peaking on OBS. I just realized this. Is it too? I'm turning it down. If it's too low, let me know. But I didn't know it was peaking that whole time. I don't think I didn't start the timer. I didn't start the timer. Okay, well, we're going to end it. I'm just going to say that's the end. I hope everybody voted because that's the end of the poll. Because I did not start the timer. And Patriot Act has taken the victory. Patriot Act. Jane's Edition, you fought a good fight. Made it way farther than I thought you were going to. I literally thought you were going to lose the first round. But now then, semifinals. Start the poll. Which video was better? NTS, Mr. Freeze. Saddy 9. Ladies from the Myth was not evil or power hungry. Yeah, everyone always feels the need to point that out, that Hercules was very... Hercules' version of Hades is very misleading from the actual mythic Hades, who was one of the only chill gods in Greek myth. Boy for $4.99. Thank you very much. The Lich is the embodiment of death in all things, and when he can't cause death, he goes catatonic. Who do you think would win this death battle? Bugs Bunny versus Woody Woodpecker. I don't know enough about Woody Woodpecker. Bugs can win, or Bugs can lose a fight if he's playing the straight man. I don't know if Woody Woodpecker has ever played the straight man. That's usually how it goes with Toon Logic. If there's a straight man, they are going to be the loser. I'm super duper biased here because if it's a superhero show, I'm going to pick it over the other video, regardless if it's a better video. So sorry. Bugs is smarter. I have to take your word for it. I don't know anything about Woody Woodpecker. I'm starting to feel it. Got 2 more rounds. Bugs has to play the straight man, so he cannot cross-dress. Got it. Correct. Well, I'm not saying he has to play the straight man, but I'm saying if he plays the straight man, then he can lose. I don't know if you could put Woody Woodpecker in a situation where he is the straight man. Bugs has been in situations where he was the straight man before. What is your opinion on Hawkman? Because I have an irrational dislike towards him and I need an outside. I have very little opinion of Hawkman. Because I learned about the Hawk people from the Justice League cartoon. Then when I finally read what they actually were in the comics, I was just like, they just felt like add-ons to the character. So I don't really have an opinion of Hawkman. I did the opposite. It's good to have ones that aren't about superheroes. Well, that was something I was mentioning earlier in the stream. This was the year of the superhero. Like I was really trying to get it out my system of reviewing superhero shows. I'll still review superhero shows, but it won't be as heavy as it was this year. Because I really wanted to review a lot of superhero shows, specifically Justice League. I really wanted to review them. What do you think would win? Pennywise versus Lucifer Morning? I don't know who Lucifer Morningstar is. Who do you think was a better matchup with Jon Stewart, Hot Girl or Vixen? I think they were both fine. Honestly, I didn't see that much chemistry between Stewart and Hot Girl. They were just both soldiers. But as characters, they fell in love, so I didn't have a problem with it. If you do a comic review, what would you think of the methods of Bruce Wayne, the Batman, versus the methods of Frank Castle, the Punisher? I've only read one Punisher book. It was Punisher and Wolverine. And I remember when DC and Marvel did their crossover, Batman actually went in and beat up Punisher. I'm not sure. I'm not certain on that one. Ever seen Mr. Robot? Not that I can recall. Okay, and with a very close vote, Sadie 9 has made it to the finals. Whew. I mean, this is an interesting lineup, but not entirely unpredictable. I wouldn't have necessarily thought Filmore would beat out a King of the Hill video. But like I said many times, Filmore has been the surprise this year. So, only one more question to ask. What was the best video? The best Shady Doorags video of 2024? Patriot Act or Filmore? I hear fireworks. All right. Last one, you guys. Make it count. I just started watching this year, but I hope to watch you for many more. Thank you for uploading YouTube videos. Oh, you're quite welcome. Ever thought about reviewing Kim Possible? I have reviewed Kim Possible. I've reviewed Kim Possible a total of once. Kim Possible is difficult to review because it is a comedy-focused show, and I tend to stay away from comedy-focused shows because I have a hard time keeping the review interesting. Because I'm constantly just saying, it's funny. This is funny. And I have to think of creative ways of saying that over and over and over again. Who's your favorite and least favorite of the main four weekenders? My least favorite is obvious. I despise Carver. Carver annoys me so much. My favorite? Probably Lore. I think Lore is my favorite. What will be your favorite King of the Hill moment from King of the Hill? That's a difficult one. They all mesh together. The Chuck Mangione where he hits the dude in the face is a pretty good one. I'm not a chick, I'm a dude. Have you ever thought of reviewing Robot Boy? No, I can't see Robot Boy offering my perspective much. Could you review The Mask from Courage the Cowardly Dog? Possibly, but it's been done so many times, I would be hesitant to. This is a problem with that a lot of YouTubers go through, where people ask them to review something that's been reviewed a lot by other people, and the YouTuber wants to add something unique, but their audience just wants their unique take. Like they don't want them to say something unique. They want them to say it in their unique way. So that's the conundrum that happens often. Do you know any real life Peggy Hills? Not really. There are some aspects of Peggy I see in certain people, but I wouldn't say I know anyone who acts exactly like Peggy. My favorite is also Lore. Tish is my least favorite because she can be the most bossy, arrogant, and pretentious of the four, and I can't stand it when she gets like that. There are two moments that made Carver my least favorite in The Weekenders, to just the point that I was so angry with him. The first was when he, without asking, wagered his friends to be servants to another kid in a race. Like he bet their servitude. And the other one, which just made me lose it, was when the gang all agreed to do things the others didn't want to do. Unholy Hulk, $2. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, that you said appreciate you. I said appreciate it. So try not to get that confused. But the other thing Carver did was everybody wanted to do one activity that the other ones didn't want to do. And when they got to Tino's activity, who had did everyone else's activity, Carver refused to do it. And then that caused the Lore and Trish to also not want to do it. Now, eventually, they all agreed and said it wasn't fair that they didn't do Tino's thing. But my goodness gracious, did that just, that irked me so much. And that is it, folks. That is it. We have a winner. Patriot Act is the best video of 2024, according to you intellectuals. To the surprise of no one. It was the most watched video on the channel. Everyone really loved it. It grew the channel way more than any other video. Very happy to have seen Filmore make it so far. I thought Filmore would get far, but I didn't think it would beat King of the Hill. Maybe should have made that the semi-finale rather than the Batman one. But it has been done. It has been said. This was a fun year, you guys. This was a fun year. We did a lot of interesting things. So right around the corner is 2025, where we'll be doing. Honestly, I'm not certain what we'll be doing. We're gonna play a lot of it by ear. But I'm really hoping, I'm really shooting for things to be just a significant amount of different, not completely different, but a significant amount of different that we notice it. But we're going to call it there. I hope you guys have a happy New Year's. I hope your holidays were great. I'm very sleepy and I've got chicken parmesan waiting for me, so I'm going to go eat that. I'm also very hungry. And I will see you guys when I see you. I hope you guys enjoyed 2024 of Shady Doorags, and I hope you continue to enjoy 2025 and so on of Shady Doorags. So, for the last time this year, this has been Shady Doorags. So long. Farewell. Auf Wiedersehen. Goodbye.